Merry Christmas, one and all, to anybody who is watching this on the VODs and anybody who is watching this live. I think we can all agree it's time to do the most Christmassy zone possible. I mean, the blue one would fit better, Mr. Red. That's right, the Arathi Highlands. Look, I got a schedule. I don't know what you want from me. A schedule I am admittedly behind on. There are holiday events in WoW. Actually, it's interesting. You know, you probably missed it the other day, Mr. Ed. We were talking about things that would be nice for them to lift restrictions on when it comes to transmog. Them lifting class restrictions would be one of the easiest things for them to do. And, of course, more likely. Unlike what I want them to do, which will never happen. I tell you what, just for you, Czar. We will delay the Arathi Highlands by about 5 minutes. Actually, I think I already did it hard today. We'll do it on Zadreed. Hey look, it's winter. A creature called the abominable Grinch stole our shipment of treats. Be careful though, he's vicious. And a bunch of those little green gnomes do his bidding. You're gonna need some help facing him. Rumor has it he's holding our treats and beloved Metzen the reindeer at the Growlers Cave in the Hillsbrad foothills. Find those treats and bring them back before the celebration's ruined and all the children of Stormwind, we're in Ironforge, are disappointed. Sure thing. Can I get a trip to Hillsbrad, please? Whee! By the way, this little transport thing was actually added this year. It's a nice quality of life feature. Alright, let's go kill the Grinch. They also changed up this fight a little bit. So, for example, now you can get these special little buff items like that guy right there. Ah, damn it, I got the train. I don't want the train. Nobody wants the train. Give me like the rockets or something. He also actually has ads now who bring him buffs. I'm a druid. I don't have a mount in XCOW. I guess that answers you. Damn it. More coal cannons. Come on, give me the frickin' boots. Ah. Having really bad luck here. Live, mage. More coal cannons. Jesus.
Woo, woo! Chug, 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 chug.
I hate the trade set so much. I'm not sure what the hat does. Not sure what that does either. I don't know what several of these things do. I guess these are just straight buffs. God damn it. Stop giving me the train. There we go. Well, okay, this isn't one of the things, but we could get the Red Rider rocket, which shoots his eye out, of course. Oh, jeez, I'm taking. Yeah. Yeah, I can make this work. I can make this work. Monster. Oh, hang on. Bad face. Yeah, by the way, this used to be a nothing burger. As in, like, there was no fight here at all. It was just a tank and spank, guy with stats, right? Now he's an actual fight. And as you can see, he takes some actual effort. I don't know about y'all, I'll take that. Now, I do have one minor complaint. There's no warp back to Ironforge or to Orgrimmar. So... I'm Alliance. So, whatever, we'll just do it the slow way. And by the slow way, I actually mean the quick way, excuse me. Yeah, let's build up some stacks here really quick. Let's get some fat stacks going on. I promise never to talk like that again. Alright, one more. There we go. I suppose, while I'm on trip here, I could say a specific Merry Christmas to everyone. Merry Christmas, Valerian. Merry Christmas, Johnny. Merry Christmas, Kennex Cow. Who was a she? I'll remember that from now on. Merry Christmas, Harspruce. Merry Christmas, Rex, even though you're gone. Merry Christmas, Czar. Merry Christmas, Mr. Red. Do something other than alcohol today. Like, get like a really good coffee or something. Merry Christmas, Warp Core. I am not breathing... I don't know, I think I'm breathing better, but I've been doing some stretches to try and help out with my extremely sore ribs. Thank you for asking. Merry Christmas, Act. Red World sucks. Or, wait, I mean, is good. The opposite of sucks. And I think it's actually everybody. I don't expect much of a crowd today, which is funny because... we have about a 99% chance of doing Elwynn Forest today, which is considered one of the major zones.
Glad I could help. Hurry back.
Let's see how it reviews.
Hurry back.
So I got a trinket. It's not what I wanted from that. There's actually an illusion, that is to say, a weapon enchant that I want from that. So I was really excited for about half a second there. I suppose while we're here, let's open our yearly Christmas presents. Why not? Good morning, Dragonfire. Merry Christmas. Do not listen to Valvedrix. She does not know what she's talking about. Or, conversely, knows entirely too much about what she's talking about. Wait, are the presents not up yet? Merry Christmas, Actaft. It looks like the presents aren't up yet.
What do you need? May your blades never dull.
I guess it's not Christmas for another... yeah, like hour and a half or something. Alright, whatever. Merry Christmas, Vavenders. Let me double check something here really quick.
Oh, do I have a deal for you?
Yep, nope, hasn't reset yet. Alright, whatever. So anyways, Arathi, am I right? Street Fighter 6, Marvel Spider-Man 2. Nice. I don't know if I will play those games for the show. But if you think I should play those games for the show, then I can believe that. Okay, so... it is on the list, but something on the list is not a guarantee. In fact, there's even a boilerplate about that on the website. Presents aren't there. I'm guessing because the server reset hasn't happened. So we've been playing with Beast quite a bit. I actually rather like Beast. I think it's in a very good state in terms of fun and enjoyment and to build and design all sorts of fun stuff. So as of this exact moment in time, let's pull down here. Oh, you know what? I guess I could just check the audit sheet. So Beast is a 6 positive to kit with 3 positives to build. It is a pretty good spec in a pretty good state. It takes a little while to kind of get going, especially when you're low level, but about the time you get to around here-ish, the build really starts to come into its own. And you've seen me do this as I was going through the Eastern Plague Lands. There's just something fun about summoning 5, 6, or 7 monsters on the enemy's face and just going into it. It's worth noting, interestingly enough, and this is where the builds come in, I've never gone back to Torghast, so I don't know. I only did Torghast at level destroyed. You don't actually have to go into beasts. Like, you don't have to go all the way into tons and tons of pets and beast spec. There's other abilities like this one over here. And several of these gray abilities over here I've kind of deliberately missed. Almost all of these give you additional pet damage, bleeds that do pet damage, bleeds that do procs, bleeds that do debuffs, and other fun stuff like that, which allows you to essentially be a very, very single target focused kind of spec, which is probably overall better DPS than having 20 pets on the enemy's face, but I kind of don't care because I like throwing 20 pets on the enemy's face. Beast spec's in a good place. I highly recommend it. Let's switch over to Survival, because we've never played Survival at the higher end, which is where we're at right now. And as you can see, I've actually already finished up my talents here. Survival doesn't have the same build capacity. To give you a specific example, check this out. So at the top tier here, you need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 talents spent in order to go down another step. There are 9 talent points to spend. Now, that's not necessarily indicative, but it totally is, because, as you can see, there's very few grays in Survival. There's not a lot of build capacity in Survival. What there is some really solid talent choice. Top tier is actually pretty good. Right side is all about your stacking buffs and bleeds. Your left side is all about doing more and more and more and more AoE. I also went ahead and picked up Flanking Strike, which when it goes in gives us tip of the spear. Butchery, which is something you haven't seen me use yet. And then, of course, actually, Butchery should be over there, shouldn't it? But then I picked up Fury of the Eagle. This was the ability from Legion, the artifact weapon ability, which, well, I can actually show you. It looks like this. It's just a giant smack on everything right in front of me. I need to fix mapping. Also, whoop. Come on. There we go. Also on the right, we now have Spearhead. I think this was one of the Covenant abilities. Don't quote me on that. Which allows me to have my pet bleed the target, which also increases our chance to crit by 30%. Oh, and by the way, increase crit damage by 30% as well. Also, all of this stuff buffs and debuffs. It looks pretty good, but we're going to play it in action, see how it feels. We've got a couple of interesting new abilities we didn't have last time. We've got the ability I just showed. Butchery, which is actually an AoE, should really be somewhere else, and Flanking Strike, which is a huge buff. So, oh yeah, I also picked up Bursting Shot while I was at it. Although, now I'm just changing my mind. Let's put Explosive over here. Let's put that over there. Let's put Bursting over there. That feels better. Kind of like that, maybe? Yeah, there's Butchery. And then there's our oh crap button. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better. So, Arathi.
What now?
I should mention that almost all of these quests are functionally identical on both sides. Keep that in mind when I read this quest out loud for you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Excuse me. The harlot, the swine. Hinata still lives, her family healthy and prospering while I suffer. Forsaken indeed. My family's gone, taken by the plague. Our estate is also forfeit, looted and burned during the war. After all that, she and her lousy children had the audacity to steal the only precious belongings I had left. I don't care about the things they stole. What I want now are their heads. Go kill them for me.
Beware the living.
And we're just going to assist with this murder because, you know, we're always at the mercy of the quest givers.
I haven't got all day.
No threat here will go overlooked. If we are to secure these lands under the Dark Lady's rule, we will tear from them everything, inch by inch, piece by piece. The northeast, not a stone's throw away from this camp, is an ogre mound. They're in the way. I can't
Watch your
accept
back.
it. There we go. Also, there's this weird guy over here. I wouldn't worry about him. Don't think about him. It's cool.
I watch. I listen.
Be prepared. You will cast the first blood upon this land for us. The Syndicate, as they call themselves, are cowardly humans who betray even their own kind. Oh my god. Can you imagine the indignity of a human being attacking another human being? Oh my god.
I serve the Banshee Queen.
I'm sorry, I have to make fun of that, because they make it out to be like this huge, oh my gosh, kind of a thing. But like, yeah. Even in the universe of WoW, that's not, like, that's not a big deal.
May your feet
Humans attacking humans is a Tuesday. But what they're actually referencing is Warcraft 2, as so many of these quests do. The Syndicate is what is left of Alterac. The nation of Alterac. You know, the traitors. They don't really cover much of them anymore in Cata because they're kind of completely inconsequential as of Cata. But the idea is that after the events of Warcraft 2, during which they betrayed the Alliance to the demonic horde, which was probably not a great idea, and you can tell because the people they betrayed them to are called the demonic horde, they decided to get their stuffing kicked in by everyone else as a consequence. Now, if I'm being completely honest with you, I'm not actually 100% of what the fate of Alterac was in the combined timeline, but they did get the stuffing kicked out of them one way or another, because the Alterac as a nation does not exist anymore. Most of its surviving members scattered and became roaming bandits, as is usual for the military of any nation that just died. You know, ex-military 101, right? Go into banditry. They formed the Syndicate. Fun people, delightful people. And the Syndicate are like the Defias, except without any of the competency. Well, it's actually funny you say that, Dakota. Because, well, most of this stuff is gone now because it was all vanilla. Oh man, Prester, he's so cool. There was actually connections between Alterac and Prestor back in vanilla. And, on top of that, there was a whole quest chain about them deciding that, well, they've got nothing else to lose, they might as well go into demonology and recruiting a whole bunch of warlocks. I'm saying that wrong. When I say recruiting a bunch of warlocks, what I mean is they started training a bunch of their surviving members in warlockism, in fel magic. So They didn't handle things super well, is what I'm trying to get at. I really like the cooldown reset here. Yeah, check this out. 20-second cooldown, right? Just kill this guy really quick. And he's dead. And on his death, cooldown reset. For my, what's a reverse get over here? Like, what do you call that? Stay right there! I don't know. Help me out, help me out. I'm workshopping. Get out of here! Well, no, that would be a knockback. Yeah, this is like a hook shot kind of a thing. Straight out of Zelda. Normally has a 20-second cooldown, but you can just whoonk right up to people if you kill them. All I have to do is kill people, and then I can move faster. It's great. Oh, it can also bug out. Nice thing, though. I do actually like this. The cooldown is not triggered if it bugs out like that. I don't know how the hell they programmed that, but I've seen that before. Oh, man, I really like survival. Holy crap. I'm not sure it's quite on the level of Beast, because Beast is in such a great place. I have so many different procs and abilities that are just rotating in and out of each other. Like, kill shot's kind of the bread and butter, but occasionally I get something to do... sorry, not kill shot, kill command. But occasionally I get something to do kill shot. I've always got the hook shot available. I've got explosive shot, which I have a thing to reduce its cooldown to nothing. I've got... what is this, raptor? No, mongoose bite. I've got Marcus 1, which gives me a huge buff while I'm doing it, which enables me to then go ahead and hit them in the face with something like, say, this. By the way, you can move while doing this, FYI. Hey, Dream Whisperer, Merry Christmas. I hope, I don't know, I hope you guys have a budget by the end of the year. I haven't been following that story as much as I should be. Speaking of which, I didn't give a custom grading to Kennex Cow. I hope you don't have to work today. So I haven't had to use it yet, but I also have an emergency live button, which is bursting shot. It does this. It knocks them back and slows them. It's also on a cooldown. Oh, thank goodness for that, Whisper. If Elon Musk starts threatening the government of France over this kind of stuff, then we need to just take that guy out back and shoot him. Like, I'm sorry. And whoever does it has to legally change their name to Mario before they do it. For no reason. Just don't worry about it. What do we still need? Look, we don't talk about Greenland here. Greenland doesn't exist. Aw. Well, I hope the drive goes smoothly and well for you. Whoops. I didn't do that. Whatever. I mean, I really like the Mario Galaxy reel, personally. Like, you were like, what can I do for you for Christmas? And I remember thinking, when I read that, like, you already did the reel for that. Alright, that's all them dead. Let's go kill more people, shall we? Killing people. What do you feel about the brickwork of Arathi here? I mean, it is definitely a basin. It's the Arathi Basin. Let's make it daytime. No, I think I'd honestly put, I'd put Hinterlands below Arathi. Unless you mean visually, in which case... I'd probably put Dustwallow below Arathi. That being said, yeah, this isn't much. Yeah, it's a giant green field. Yeah, this is a vanilla zone. I was actually thinking about it. I'm not sure we'll be giving any more brickwork positives until we start to get to the actual in-game kind of stuff. Like, what do we got up ahead? Westfall's a maybe. Elwynn, Lakeshire, maybe. Duskwood, no. Stranglethorn Vale, Oh no, multiple mobs. Die in a fire of spear thrusts. I'm workshopping it, okay? And yeah, the music is your typical... So there's like 3 or so different like types of soundtracks in WoW Vanilla. Well, that's not true. There's 4. The 4th is, you know, creepy ruins with barely ambient music going on. But then you've got like your Plains music, your like Badlandsy music. Stop throwing dirt in my eye, please. Okay, die. Just die. Just die. Yeah. Oh, let's track. Ruins, Badlands, Plains, and Elves. And that's your 4 basic types of music in Vanilla. As you can tell, this is Plains, and Plains music is fine, but we've already heard it like 6 times already. I can't really give additional positives for that kind of thing, because we've already heard it. We won't really start to see bespoke music positives until we get to BC. You know what I mean. Now, come on, Monsieur Red. Let's rip off her head. Alright, Monsieur Red, I need you to actually rip her head off, please. Thank you. He's so accommodating. Oh, I need to get more amulets. I already wiped out this entire field of syndicates. Notice our quests aren't anything fancy yet, too. Pop goes the weasel, because the weasel goes... Remember, always do that to someone while they're still alive. Very important. I like to think that Mr. Red was like, alright, she's technically dead. And she's like, oh, wait, I'm still alive. And Mr. Red was like, oh, I can fix that. And just starts twisting her head. You remember in God of War 3, when we rip off Helios' head? That's Mr. Red. And Helios is just there like, wait, please, I'm still here. Give me a second. Maybe we can make a deal. I'll give you riches. That's nice. Just try not to aggro the rare. So many rares when you're time walking. God. Okay. To ignore all these elementals, I'm sure they're completely irrelevant. Hopefully. So, I got some fresh heads for you.
Victory for Sylvanas.
You stand before me as a figure of vengeance, and I bow down before you in thanks. With that cow's death, and knowing that their seed will no longer spread over the face of Azeroth, I can put my energy into something more lucrative. I hope you looted their farmstead after you finished them off. No.
Trust no one.
Unlike some people, Mr. Red, I'm not a marauder. That's why they call him Mr. Marauder.
What is it? Our time will...
Our next call against the ogres will be further east to Stromgarde. More like south, but whatever. The living consider these gutted ruins worth clinging to. Their sentimentality is disgusting. Lady, one of the big things about the Forsaken is being willing to fight for what you want and is yours, even after you died. All that Stromgarde holds for us is a foul den of more ogres waiting to be struck down.
Goodbye.
Hey, Eleazar, Merry Christmas. Ooh, neck. Oh, I went to bow and then my neck was like, no, I hate you.
What do you seek?
I won't be swayed by empty claims. Have you proof of your loyalty? I flip her off, just on the spot.
My arrows strike true.
Let me tell you a story. Once there was a foolish troll named Zengu. He was a quest giver in vanilla. He was tasked to find the sword Trollkalar, the legendary blade of the human Trollbane line, also a quest in vanilla. He succeeded, and thinking his task done, went to leave Arathi by himself. When he was cut down by the humans and the sword reclaimed. We will not be so foolish. Our apothecaries have given us the perfect guide to reobtain Trollkalar, the prince who once held it.
What do you seek?
There's no doubt in my mind a powerful warlock resides within the walls of Stromgarde. From time to time, using an arcane magical relic, this warlock has summoned forth terrible demons in large numbers. Find the warlock and kill her. Bring me whatever magical object you find on her person, and I will take steps to destroy it.
My arrows strike true.
Hello, Galen Trollbane.
What now?
Yes, I was once prince of the fallen kingdom of Stromgarde. I was cut down by the one seeking Trollkalar. I rue my foolish life now. I serve only Sylvanas.
Dark Lady, watch over you.
In ancient times, Lord Ignaeus of Strom, named Trollbane, was led the first human civilization of Arathor in war against the trolls. His blade was Trollkalar, Trollslayer, in their tongue. I was one of the last of his line, sworn with guarding Trollkalar, a duty in which I failed. But now we will obtain it once more from my new master. The sword is bound by 3 sigils. The first is held by the Syndicate traitors that lurk in the ruins of Stromgarde. Slay them and return the sigil to me.
Victory for Sylvanas.
Now, I don't want to go too much into really, really boring story ideas. But I've always loved the idea of Stromgarde being like an entire quest hub. Like, you can make an entire zone out of what's left of Stromgarde here. It's one of the reasons the emptiness of Arathi kind of pisses me off. First of all, by WoW's standards, this is not a small town. It's not quite at Stormwind levels, but it's getting there. Like, that's pretty big. Second of all, think about it for a second. This is kind of your typical post-apocalypse thing, right? Like, I don't know, maybe I'm stupid, but one of the things I find most fascinating about post-apocalypse stories is the places that get repurposed when their original owners aren't there anymore, right? Like turning an aircraft carrier into a town, just to use a random example. So the idea of Stromgarde, which is this gigantic militant city with giant powerful walls and tons of mortar and bricks and buildings and everything, this is primo real estate, right? This is a very defensible position. So it makes a lot of sense that a lot of people would want it, which would ironically make it simultaneously less valuable considering how many people would be fighting over it. I loved the idea that there's like multiple factions all just roaming through here, all of which are doing their own things, trying to maintain their own pieces and positions. Like, maybe over here, so over here you've got, like, what's left of the humans, and over here we've got the Syndicate, and over here you've got the Trolls, and over here you've got the Ogres. Yeah, no, this is the kind of place you could build a good foundation on. Fun fact, in BFA, we get to see this place restored because the Alliance actually restored this place. Oh, and for the record, I can't stand Rivet City either from a gameplay perspective. In fact, when we review Fallout 3, I am almost guaranteed to give that place multiple negatives for hub design, because Rivet City is terribly laid out. That's unrelated, though. I just like the idea of it. What? Yeah, Rivet City was just... It was a great idea, and I actually loved the idea narratively. I'll probably give Rivet City a plus or 2 on the story axis. But, like, navigating that place was a colossal pain. Just... what? Anyways. So, yeah, Stromgarde. Let's go ahead and knock over some people here. First, let's kill some boulders. And by boulders, I mean ogres. Which are boulder ogres. Look. Don't ask questions. Failure and execution. I mean, that's just Bethesda, right? I think it's on their card. We're Bethesda. Failure and execution. We suck at everything. I don't have... By the way, that should be there. I don't have that on the bar. I was wondering... I felt like I was missing an ability. Let's scooch this over here. Move this down there. That's a single target. So, yeah, let's move this over here. It doesn't work, though. That really should be up there. We'll move that there, then. We'll try this instead. I knew I was missing an ability. There we go. There we go. Now we can kill stuff even better. Merry Christmas, Zobe. Favorites? Favorite Christmas. That's actually... I can tell you my least favorite Christmas. I'm not going to. I don't want to impress anybody. Let's see. Favorite Christmas. Favorite Christmas. I don't know, anybody from the crowd want to answer that? If you feel like sharing. You don't have to, of course. Okay, whatever. Well, this isn't a favorite Christmas, but why don't I share with you how a lot of my Christmases used to go. So, a lot of us used to gather at my grandparents' villa. And... Interesting. So it would be like a huge family gathering kind of shindig. And while there, as we were getting set up in the morning, I would busy myself in said morning by getting all the presents and organizing them by who had what. You know, like, so this is the pile for Savicom, this is the pile for Zobe, this is the pile for Arspruce. There's this one present for Valerian over here, by itself, on its own. Don't worry, it's actually keys to a Ferrari, but it's still just one present, right? You get the idea. And I just sorted out and organized it and ready that up. And then, when people would start actually opening presents, I would, like, officiate it. Like, alright, now you open one, so Valerian, open your present first, because you only got the one. Valerian would be like, oh my god, a new Ferrari, woo! Replaced by old 15 Ferraris. Valerian has a lot. He's got a thing for Ferraris, it's fine. We're not here to judge. And then Savicom would be like, alright, open your... I'd be like, open your present, Savicom, and Savicom would open it. It'd be like this extremely giant plushie. Pokemon plushie. Let's say a Furret, because I think she'd like that. And she'd be like, oh my god, I like this. And I'd go down the line. And all of these are positive memories, of course, but believe it or not, the thing I remember most about that whole sequence was this one time where my family actually yelled at me for doing that. One of my uncles, one of my least favorite uncles, flat out said, look, you know, Lore, because they all called me Lore, of course, we don't care about anyone's presents but yours. Just open your presents. Stop caring about other people's presents. And everyone else, like, joined in, like, yeah, no, just open your stuff. We don't care about what everyone else got. And I can't explain to you what that felt like. It was like this weird combination of crestfallen and humiliated. Because I had spent so much time setting all that up, and I had made sure that everyone had equal time sharing in their presents with each other, and they're just like, what are you doing? You're stupid. Yes, that's right. I've never gotten along with my biological family all that much. Thank you for asking. Thank you for the sub, Bragwin. Oh my gosh, this lady hurts. Holy crap. Almost killed my pet. Almost killed Monsieur Red. Gotta get out of there for that. Yeah, I gotta write down Brigwin's thing. Let's see. Brigwin. Mina the Hollower. Or Hallower. I can never remember. Gunk. And Kingdom Hearts 1. Look, that's your job, Mr. Red. Give me more skulls. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, I've told this story before. One time I was gushing about the extant to my biological mother, and she interrupted me and told me that I was boring her and that she didn't want me to continue. In much more harsh terminology than I'm currently using. Anyways, sorry. Okay, you want to hear a good... I just thought of a good Christmas memory. It's actually pretty recent. It's only about 5 years ago. Well, yeah, no, I'm actually with you, Taquata. I'm big on honesty, but, like, a lot of people I've noticed confuse honesty with rudeness. You know what I mean? Like, I bet a lot of you know exactly what I'm talking about. Some people just do not understand that you can say, I have no interest in that, without being a dick about it, right? But I digress.
I serve the Banshee Queen.
Cleared up properly? Good. I doubt we'll even bother to lurk in Stromgarde. That ramshackle hole needs to be raised. The land would be a decent place to develop a new undercity. Nobody tell her.
I watch. I listen.
The burning in my blood, it grows by the day. The warlock must be stopped.
What do you seek?
The restless nights will turn to peaceful slumber when you've destroyed this orb. Thank you. It's a chilling reminder of the terrible power the demons held over the orcs before the Hellscream released them from their curse. So, okay, I gotta point this out. Did you notice the quest giver is an elf? And yet, read that dialogue again really quick. My restless nights will turn to peaceful slumber when I've destroyed this orb. Thank you. It's a chilling reminder of the terrible power the demons held over the orcs before Hellscream released them from this curse. If you're paying attention, yes, this quest giver used to be an orc. And they just copy-pasted the quest without changing the text. Now, I point that out because there have been maybe a handful of quests that are unchanged from vanilla. Of all of them, this is probably one that should have been changed.
My arrows strike true.
Anyways.
What is it?
Only the Syndicate agents in Stromgarde will have the sigil. Spilling blood outside the fortress's walls will be a waste of your time.
Beware the living.
I hated the Syndicate in life as much as I do in death. To see it again is a small comfort. But we have much work to do. Or Sylvanas.
Goodbye.
In life, I divided the sigil of Thoradin into 5 pieces to protect it, spreading it amongst my most loyal men. This too failed, but my successor will have done the same.
Trust no one.
Okay. Time to go kill Syndicate. I'm thinking about it, Mr. Red.
Speak quickly.
Orkalar leads the ogres here. He has evaded slaughter for years. His very presence is an affront to the Dark Lady. Mugthal, traitor to the Forsaken. Remember Mugthal? No? You don't? Okay.
Embrace the shadow.
So in Frozen Throne, there's a mission. Actually, a really, really good mission. Where you start off with like a pathetic force of ghouls and banshees. And nearby there's 3 different NPC factions, which are surprisingly fleshed out and well designed, and each one of them has their own units and troops and custom stats just for this mission. One of them is the ogres. And your goal is to get a banshee to the ogre leader and mind control that ogre leader to then flip the faction to your side. That would be Mugthal. By the way, Merry Christmas, Kyfrin. And Merry Christmas, Sambino. Merry Christmas, Desperado Joe. I suppose I should go kill this guy. Oh, yes. See, I have a rule nowadays. Unless I really need to buy it for the show, like immediately buy it for the show, I wait until a game goes on sale for $10 or under. And that's kind of my limit for purchasing new games. It's worked out pretty well so far. God dang, go away. Go away. Yep, there'll be a full stream today. Oh, I got nothing else going on. But I don't mean to sound depressing, because you asked about a positive story. Now, this is going to sound like a negative story, but just bear with me, okay? So, a few years ago, I went off to my biological family to visit them. It was a miserable trip. Like, really, just... It was pretty bad. I've actually referenced different parts of this trip several times, periodically. For example, if you've ever heard me talk about how I pretty much refuse to fly anymore, it's because of that flight. Oh, hello. Because that was when being on the plane was so cloistered, it was actually affecting my claustrophobia. Aw. Guido actually bought me several Kingdom Hearts games for Christmas. Thanks you, Guido. Oh, I sincerely doubt it's gotten any better. I actually flat out swore that I would only ever fly first class going forward. I should mention that first class probably sounds like a big ritzy deal. It's not. It's just less cramped than the, you know, the steerage, or whatever the hell they actually call that section. Anyways, so, you know, that was, you know, I was having actual panic attacks because of how crushed in I was, and it was this miserable flight, and things were delayed, and I had to actually pay for my own Ubers to get to and from the airport. It was this whole unpleasant mess. The most unpleasant part of it all was that anybody who knows me at all, like even people in chat right now probably know this about me. I'm a little bit of an extrovert, but also, more importantly, I am a very social extrovert. I'm the kind of guy who, like, roams in between discussion groups at a party, keeping track of each of them, and then, like, you know, sharing and chatting with each group as I move along. That's just my normal pattern, right? Like, hey, what's up? And they're talking about football, so, you know, I can jump in on there. And over here, they're talking about video games, and over here, they're talking about Star Trek, and I can just bounce between these, right? And I don't know, maybe this just sounds petty when I say it out loud, but everyone was completely ignoring me. And I do mean completely ignoring me. Like, imagine for a moment that Savacom just said something like, you know, I was just doing cat sitting, and it's this whole thing, and I had to sleep with 8 kittens. And I'm like, you know, I don't know, I don't have something off the top of my head. But imagine I have something relevant to say about kittens. Like, say, my friend Pax, actually. There you go, this is a relevant thing. Just recently had to make sure to get his kittens fixed, because, duh. And also because they're brand new kittens who are barn kittens, so they're not quite used to not quite outdoorsy living, so they tend to get out and roam, and always come back, of course, because they're still barn kittens. And I could just mention that little anecdote there. Now imagine the people I just shared that with, including Savacom, completely ignore me as if I didn't say anything, and then continue their conversation as if I wasn't there. Now, once off, sure, but that was a consistent thing. It reached the point where I was effectively just... I kind of gave up. Roamed over into the corner. And just kind of stood there listening to all the conversations, because I can listen to more than one thing at a time. Speaking of which, someone did ask what games I purchased this year. Let's see. So I picked up Homeworld 3, that's actually for the review. Armored Core 6, that's for the review. Factorio Space Age, haven't had a chance to play it yet. Let's see. Remnant from the Ashes, that's part of the co-op thing. Chance of Senar, I gave that to Evo, sorry, that's the wrong thing. Ale and Tail Tavern. Just picked it up last night, actually. That's another one of the co-op games. Looks pretty fun. It's a co-op ale, run a tavern game. As in, like, there's someone... You know how there's those, team games, I don't know the proper genre name, where like someone has to run the engine and someone has to pilot the ship and someone has to shoot the guns. That, but a tavern. So someone has to clean and someone has to cook and someone has to serve and, you know, someone has to go gather ingredients to cook with. It looks like a lot of fun. We haven't actually played it yet. But it was pretty on sale, so I went ahead and picked it up for all of us. Anyways. So I said this is a positive story. One moment.
I haven't got all day.
This is the fate of all who would stand in our way. Having their heads ripped off by Mr. Head.
Beware, our enemies abound.
That's actually where the name comes from, if you've been wondering. Because the head's red, because, you know.
Speak quickly. Remember.
Thoradin was the founder of Arathor. Just as I joined these fragments together, he joined the scattered tribes of humans into their first great nation. But I'm sure you're not interested in such drivel. Forgive me. Old memories are often hard to bury.
Our time will come.
I entrusted the sigil of Arathor to Lieutenant Valorcall, leader of my cavalry. He barely escaped with his life when it was taken. It is unlikely he will do so again. Valorcall patrols the road. Find him and take the refuge. Or take the sigil, sorry. He was once one of my best, most loyal lieutenants. Oh well. Good morning, Judo Joker. Merry Christmas. So, I said this is a positive story. Well, after the frankly disastrous, terrible, waste of time visit, I got back on the plane, you know, suffered panic attacks frequently the entire time back because, you know, tiny, cloistered plane. Oh my god. No. Shoot. There we go. That's what I meant to do. There we go. Hey. Got home. And then, like, next week, went to a family gathering with my sister, her husband, and their children. Now, hear me out for a second. This is going to sound crazy, but just bear with me, okay? I could actually have a conversation with these people, and they would actually not only listen to me, but converse back to me as if we were actually human beings who were talking with each other. I know, it's hard to believe. Just bear with me, okay? It was a good visit. It struck me really, really hard. It's actually the exact moment in time I let go of my biological family. I know that sounds strange to phrase it that way, but it was that exact moment that it just kind of clicked with me how much more comfortable I was with my family. Good morning, Spartan. Merry Christmas.
Hello.
Valorcall was loyal to me in life. His death will not be something I bear lightly. But bear it I must. I am forsaken. My old existence means nothing.
Goodbye.
The last sigil is mine, and with it the four combined to the sigil of Trollbane, key to the tomb. We are ready. Trollcollar lies sealed within its master's remains, with Trollbane's tomb. It'll be defended heavily, but my presence before you is proof enough the defenders can be overcome.
Our time will come.
Alright, let's go get this stupid sword. I've heard good things about the Sonic movies, but I've only seen the first one myself. That was easy. Have you Trollcollar?
Beware the living.
Ah, my father's blade. Seems like it's been an eternity since I saw it.
Dark Lady,
The tale of Trollcollar ends here, then. It'll be a weapon to bring death to the living in the name of the Dark Lady. Leave me now. My job is again to guard the blade. Tell Elena of your victory. I'm sure she'll have a reward for you.
Trust no one.
My sister and I met sometime around the Burning Crusade in about 2006 or 7 during, well, when Karazhan was still new content. If that doesn't answer your question, Judo Joker, I don't know what will.
I watch. I listen.
Also, you have to know what to do with that, Brigwin. We chat with you all the time. The news of your victory satisfies me. A rare sensation. The Dark Lady herself has mused that our conquest of Lordaeron may be the only way the Forsaken can find true satisfaction, perhaps even relief. Oh, that's insidious. Sorry. So obviously Sylvanas has gone off the deep end, right? She's fully evil in a way that the Forsaken would never accept. But this is how she's selling all the Forsaken on the idea of conquering Lordaeron. Buffer state, right? If we conquer this whole territory and make it ours, then we could finally know peace and prosperity. We won't have to worry about the Alliance coming to try and kill us all the time, because there's no Alliance up here. And for those of you not aware, there's this nice, big, broken bridge separating the two landmasses. You see that gap there? So, if they had actually managed to sweep all of this, which is worth noting they have not, then they could just kind of maintain that gap, and there you go, we're good.
What do you seek?
Our victory is inevitable. Is it, though? Like, really? Whatever.
I watch.
You have served us well. Now that we've made our mark, the next phase of our conquest will occur over months rather than minutes. There's much work to be done, and I'll spare you the tedium of waiting for fortifications to trickle in. Travel to Hammerfall. The orcs there will no doubt have use of your aid.
I serve the Banshee Queen.
Oh, hello, Gorga. What do you want? Excuse me, Gout Gut. That is much grosser. Gout Gut sent scouting. Look at many things. Big adventure. Gout Gut found secret pirate ship. Pirates all scared. Run away. But Ogre Lolo not run. Lolo make friend with Gout Gut. Gout Gut have to leave, but miss Lolo. You say hello to Lolo for Gout Gut? I will go say hello to Lolo for you. To the pirates, shall we? Or maybe these are pirates, I don't know. Let's see what we can find down here. Seriously, this is even a well-defended spot, for God's sakes. Look at this thing. Whatever. We'll see it again, circa BFA. I still haven't decided what I'm doing about war fronts. I mean, talk about completely abandoned content. I'm not even sure you can do war fronts anymore. You friends with Goutgut. Him weird ogre. Smell funny. So these are Blackwaters. Why would you refuse to play them if you bought something? Why would you ever buy a game on Steam and not play it? Let me double check something really quick. That's what I thought. Just making absolutely sure that these are the correct group. So the Blackwater Raiders are pirates, not pirates. The distinction is, of course, quite important, even in Warcraft. These are smugglers, thieves, you know, as opposed to, well, like the Bloodsail, for example, or the South Sea.
You got my attention.
It is a horrible life. I should be in the watery grave right now, not sitting here by the fire, breathing fresh air. The crew tried so hard to save me beautiful maiden's folly. Bless the boys, bless their hearts. O'Brien made it to shore safely, but we weren't so lucky. The seas just sank on us, I swear. 1 second we're afloat, and the next the water's rushing in, and those beasts killed all the survivors. Horrible Naga scum. I went black and ended up here. I want those beasts dead.
Off with you.
Oh, you bought them for him. Oh, that's a little different.
Can I help you?
Now that we're full-fledged Blackwater Raiders, it's our job to help Mr. O'Brien locate lost elven treasure. It's next to impossible to find gems in the dark sea without aid, but the doctor has constructed some goggles that'll help. He needs the goggles charged with the energy derived from the enchanted stone in the cave on the hill, but the cave is cursed. When we get close, we get ambushed. Defend me.
You have a great day now.
Okay. Who exactly is attacking you? So, yes, Judo Joker. Let me double check something on that, though. Because you're right, I have the PS2 version of the game, and I have for some time. Like, I got it, like, the day you added it to the list. But, rather than even attempting to buy the admittedly more reliable digital copy of the PS3 version, I finally just broke and bought the physical copy of the PS3 version. So we will play both copies, I guess back to back. They're relatively short, aren't they? I don't know, I had it listed as like a 35-hour thing. That doesn't sound like short to me, so we might not do it back-to-back. We'll see. Either way, that's how we're going to do that. Water elementals. Why are water elementals... You know what? I don't even want to know. Sorry, 25 hours, not 35 hours. My bad. So that's basically 4 to 5 days of just double agent. Meanwhile, Judah Joker has left, because he actually has decent people to listen to right now instead of my lazy ass. Can you turn in the quest, please? Thank you.
Hey.
Okay.
Right.
The treasure has been on the seafloor so long the gems have been calcified, but the power harnessed in these goggles allows you to locate them easily. A little gnomish ingenuity goes a long way, so borrow the goggles of gem hunting. I'd swim down there myself, but I have important scientific business to attend to on the safe, dry land.
You have a great day now.
Spoilers, dry land is not safe. Freaking Naga. Come here, come here. I mean, that's what I'm here for, Spartan. Or at least one of the reasons I'm here, I guess you should say. Also, notice this is yet another example of them giving us an underwater quest, and then giving us a buff to move faster and breathe underwater while doing it. I only keep pointing this out because there were actually quite a few quests in vanilla that were like, go underwater. And those were slow, boring quests where it was relatively easy to die from drowning. I'm not sure any of those quests, or any version of those quests, exist anymore. They pretty much always give you something. Sometimes they give you an item, sometimes they just give you a buff. So here's that creepy ruins music I mentioned earlier. So far we've had 2 types of music in Arathi. Plains and creepy ruins. Now if we could manage to find an Elwynn Forest nearby, we could complete the trifecta. Damn it. Breaking the surface. Fine, I'll equip the stupid goggles. I've been thinking about Survival Hunter. It doesn't have the build potential of Beast Hunter, which is fine. That's a separate category which we review separately. But I do think it's still going to be a multiple positive build. It flows in and out of itself so neatly. Even its filler ability specifically reduces the cooldown on other abilities, and gives a stacking debuff that makes your stuff hit harder while you're doing it. So you're never really penalized, even if you're just doing your filler move. What the hell? There we go. And of course, the fact that you can just hop between people on kill is really, really nice. I wish my yank on Death Knight reset on kill. Which, I don't know, maybe it does at this point. I haven't played with blood a lot. Inane, insane. What's the difference? Merry Christmas, J. Palmer. Please stop funding games. No, no, don't do it, J. Palmer. Don't do it. We're already playing something you funded pretty soon. I actually forget what off the top of my head. If only there was a website I could go to. Seek and Destroy, that's it. PS2 game, right? I think. Let's see. Stranger of Paradise, Armored Core 6, Seek and Destroy. Yep. Excellent. I look forward to giving it nothing but negative. Actually, probably not. God damn it. No, okay. When I said don't fund any more games, what I meant was never give me money ever again. I need to be more clear, apparently, about this kind of thing. Okay, definitely give me all your money, J. Palmer? No, that doesn't work, because that's not like a contrary command, is it? I don't know. Thank you for the donation, J. Palmer. I do appreciate it, and I do appreciate you. I'll just add that to the pile, because I haven't logged yesterday's yet. To Ace Combat X, Halo, SPV3, and Siphon Filter Dark Mirror.
Can I help you?
How did the goggles work? Everything function properly? Adjustments can be made if necessary. Oh, and I'll need the goggles back.
Off and away.
Most superb. The captain will be very pleased. Just wait till he gets word back to Fleetmaster Seahorn.
Be seeing you.
Let's not leave Captain O'Brien waiting. We want to see these gems firsthand. After all, that's why we're here. After a few weeks of consorting with these pirates, the professor and I have realized the last thing that's good for our health is to be caught hanging onto their treasure.
Daylight's burning.
That's true for a lot of people, actually. Nice work out there. Those scum deserve what they got. Well, nothing will ever bring me ship or me crew back. The death of those Naga gives me some solace.
Very good.
Merry Christmas, Linnareth.
Hey there.
What do you bring to the bridge?
For the Alliance.
So, the little gnomes proved their worth after all. I knew we kept those ankle biters around for a reason.
Have a good one.
Oh, this is bad. It seems the dagger spines are amassing for an attack. Yes, all of this was here in vanilla, although the quests, if you could call them that, were a little more threadbare. Naga are known for their ruthlessness in battle. They'll keep attacking until I'm dead. I don't value my life above that of my crew, but you must help defend me. The crew will not be able to make it back to Booty Bay without my knowledge of the seas. The Naga will be coming from the seas. Man the cannon and drive them back.
Be careful.
I can do that. I thought I could do that. Where's the cannon? Where's the frickin' cannon? You're right, I apologize. I will never wish you well ever again, Lineruth, in order to acquiesce to your country's politics. Seriously, where's the cannon?
Greetings.
Am I blind? Am I dumb? Am I deaf? There's nothing on the boat. Look, there's nothing there. Did they get rid of it? Was there an issue with it? I noticed there's a lot less things attacking than there should be. There should be waves of like 10, 15 things, not 2. Oh, that makes perfect sense, Lineruth. Merry Christmas, Lineruth. I do hope you have a good day.
What can I do for you?
Yeah, they just changed this quest. They even mentioned the canon in the quest. Well, we could not have done it without you. We'll be heading out as soon as the tide rises. You weren't such a promising hero, I'd offer you a place on my crew, but I can tell you have bigger fish to fry. Even if you're a puny undead. Thanks, guy.
See you later.
I should probably empty my inventory at some point. So I haven't tried Mark's Hunter yet, because in the next patch, Mark's is getting a massive overhaul. And normally I'd just go with it and say screw it, because at some point or another every class is going to get a massive overhaul. But with that overhaul that soon, I might as well wait on that, right? So no, I haven't touched Mark's, and in fact have no plans to. How soon? About a month and a half. There's a chance we'll still be streaming when it happens. Streaming. Wow, obviously I'm...
What do you need?
Our people were held as prisoners, as slaves in this very camp by humans. I was locked in these cages. I saw my brothers held in the stocks and hung in these gallows. I saw Orgrim Doomhammer, leader of us all, stabbed in the back. His blood stained black the earth we stand on. Look at us now. This is our legacy. Hammerfall, where we lost everything and took it back with our own hands.
Strength.
Stromgarde, if your deeds for the undead are as great as you claim, I am honored to help you serve the Horde.
Dabu.
Our race's gift of shamanism stirred me from a years-long lethargy. Now I provide for all here, crafting the same boons that gave me newfound strength. The Highland Raptors are cunning and fierce beasts. Their spirits can grant our warriors great strength.
For the Horde.
For the Horde, as they say. It's called Plater. This one. A little bit of a pain to set up. Because, like, frankly, this options menu sucks. But once you get it where it's good, it's good.
Speak.
Ancient stones are strewn across this land. The elements flock to them, surrounding them protectively. These are sites of great power, and the largest of which is just west of Hammerfall. Not a soul trespasses, but if you go there alone, you can hear whispers from the earth itself. I have not visited in a long while, but our grunts have told me the whispers have started again. Would you look for me? Will you see if the stones still speak?
Farewell.
Sure. I can do that. We...
Sub-Sug. Go forth.
The Witherbark trolls and Boulderfist ogres of Arathi are working together to rid us from this land. But we shall not meet our fates at their or anyone else's hand. We will slay them and show that we too have a home here. The trolls turned their back to us. The ogres would use us for food and bedding. These things shall not be. We start our attack on Witherbark south of here. Slay them in droves, return only when the camps run red with blood.
Go with
Gross.
Go forth to victory.
Not all forest trolls are foul nuisances. Oh, this... Go do Hinterlands quests. No thanks, I already did.
Strength.
But how could you have done the Hinterlands quests already? Yeah, it took me like an hour. An hour to do an entire zone? Yeah, it might have even been less than an hour. What? Merry Christmas, Logue. You know, that's actually an interesting question, though. Who does win in Arathi? We know that the Night Elves end up taking back Darkshore, either militarily or just because the Horde pulls out of it, one of the two. But I don't think they ever really mentioned the fate of Arathi, probably because nobody in the entire world cares about Arathi. Having said that, what do you want to bet that's going to show up again if they ever follow through on the new faction from War Within? Also, can I just say, roaming around here is just reminding me of Plunderstorm. Alright, I gotta make for that area over there because there's this one key spot where I can die very, very quickly. Like, before the storm has even really gotten started, I could still die, like, in the very first few seconds of the match. That's one of the only spots in the entire map you can do that on, by the way. The other one is down by the Pirate Cove. Everywhere else, you get thrown back if you try to go out of bounds. But in those two spots, you can go after the storm before the storm reaches in to reach you. Look, I got everything in Plunderstorm, so I got pretty used to dying extremely quickly in that, okay? Don't mistake me, it was actually a lot of fun to play co-op. Definitely putting that in quotes. Like, there was this whole cat and mouse game of constantly trying to avoid all other players, while most other players are also trying to avoid you. It was fun. But when it got to the point where I just was grinding it out, I just wanted a match over with as quickly as possible. So, finish your daily quest, or your, your match quest.
You like?
And then immediately... Okay, fine, whatever. And then immediately run from one of the two kill spots, and then just stand there and let the storm kill you. I love how some of these are listed as Outland ingredients, by the way. It's a funny thing. So. How would I rank the classes in terms of fun to level, specifically in vanilla? So obviously nothing was fun to level in vanilla. Let's just get that out of the way. Everything sucked forever and ever, because leveling in vanilla was terrible. Having said that... I would probably put Hunter at the top.
Many deals for a friend of the Grummles.
Yeah, so I put Hunter at the top. Because Hunter. Enough said, honestly. I'd probably go ahead and put Paladin at the bottom. Paladin leveling was absolutely terrible. Here, I'll emulate Paladin leveling for you really quick. I'm not actually joking. Paladin leveling was... Like, there were several ways to do it, but really, what you should do is put up your buff, which is your seal, and then white damage, and just right attack. And yeah, occasionally they would run out, and then you'd reapply your buff, and just do that forever. And that was Paladin leveling. Warrior wasn't a lot better. Warrior had such bad rage generation in vanilla that you would use very, very few abilities. So it was a lot of white damaging and a lot of being very careful about your pulls. Warrior had a weird thing going on in vanilla. Because you may or may not have heard that warriors were super overpowered in vanilla. And that's actually true, but for a weird reason. You see, warriors scaled with gear better than any other class in the game. So, how strong a warrior was dependent entirely upon your current gear. Which means that while leveling, when your gear is trash, warriors were actually underpowered. But when you start to get raid gear, warriors would suddenly out-DPS everything else in the group. By quite a margin, actually. It is without exaggeration to say that Fury warriors could white damage a raid boss and pull aggro off of the tanks. So, leveling with a warrior kind of sucked. And then there's Druid. Poor Druid. Druid didn't really have an identity at all in vanilla. Druid was the class that would get the Druid gear because no one else could equip it, and would be recruited to raids for paw and for combat reses. And that's kind of it. That was your job. Yeah, Druids probably got the first truly big class overhaul in the entire series, alongside Paladins. And for the same but general reason. Paladins also had no real identity in vanilla. They could be made into something interesting, but only with very specific gear, and almost all of that gear was not plate. Okay. Yeah, Hence Leroy Jenkins wearing cloth shoulders in that rather infamous video. Now, my paladin used almost exclusively either full cloth when I was being support and buffing, or full plate, full mail, excuse me, you know, shaman-y gear when I was actually off tanking. I think the other class I'll pick, because I could pick plenty of classes that sucked to level, but I think the other class I'll pick that was interesting to level is Rogue. You're probably thinking, what the hell was interesting about Rogues? Well, in vanilla, it was actually rather advantageous to completely bypass combat, because on every class, with the possible exception of Hunter, combat was a slow slog. So Rogue would be like, alright, I need to loot this thing at the end of this dungeon. Stealth. Get to end of dungeon, loot item, stealth, leave dungeon. And a quest that would take you half an hour is suddenly taking you like 40 seconds. I actually leveled a friend's rogue for them. And that's pretty much how I did it. Yeah, rogues, God. Rogues were in a weird place in vanilla. We really only had two states. Completely useless, or killing so hard they're pulling aggro off the tank. Not a lot in between. And since you had to raise your weapon skills, a lot of rogues, especially when they get a new weapon, would immediately start sucking in terms of DPS. Which is why they demand that int buff, to raise how quickly they were raising their weapon skills. I don't actually remember if the int buff thing was a real thing, or if it's just something that rogues said, but it was a pretty common thing. Rogues need int. Actually, one of the things I would do in my off-camera time on my warrior, because I was playing a warrior, was I would go grab random weapons of different types and just raise my weapon skill. That way, you know, if I ever get any new weapon, I'm immediately ready to go on it. Or at least as close as to be worthwhile. I was actually pretty glad when they got rid of weapon skill. All it was an additional padding requirement. Like, oh, here's a new weapon. Go use it for a while before you can actually use it well. That's it. Nothing else there. And in practical application, what that meant was fighting a new enemy and then being like, miss, your weapon skill has got up by 1. Miss. I should probably mention that your weapon skills went up to, by the time of Wrath, which is when they got rid of it, 400. So. Yeah, it was a very EverQuest thing. See, they should have just given us wands. Give us a ranged option, damn it. Cowards. Yeah, it's another thing. You'd almost always be constantly raising your weapon skill just by virtue of, you know, leveling. That wasn't too terrible. It really was when you get a new weapon type that it was bad, because you've been using that mace for a while now, so it's only a couple weapon skill below your current level. But what's that? You just got an axe? Well, your axe skill is 3. Actually, yeah, so far I'm quite enjoying it, Pillars of Snow. I'm thinking it's a little bit worse than Beast, but only by a small margin. Feels like it has more utility and more lived than Beast. And the flow of it is fantastic. I have so many abilities that buff each other, proc each other, or have relatively short cooldowns. One of the things I tend to value in class design is no dead time, which I suppose I just gave away because I just mentioned that the worst class to level back in vanilla was Paladin. White damage is fine, and there's plenty of ways to make white damage interesting. But for me, I'd rather play a class which is doing something. That is to say, I would rather be doing something rather than just sitting there and, you know, mashing 1 over and over, or hitting nothing at all.
Strength and
The
honor.
fierceness in the eyes of the raptors will be matched by those of our warriors.
Go with honor.
The lethargy that overcame me even after the camps fell was so strong I refused this gift when it was first given me. Now I am proud to do my part in the name of the Horde.
Dabu.
The Highland fleshstalkers to the south are even fiercer than others of their kind. They possess not just strength, but true cunning. When I was trapped by lethargy, even the amulet of strength failed to move me. But Torgon used the hearts of the fleshstalker to imbue me with the spirits that conquered my doubt, freeing me.
For the Horde.
Man, I would love to be able to conquer my doubt. That would be nice, you know?
Loktar. Dabu.
The signs of war are on your garments, and sweat drips from your brow. Good, very good.
Strength.
Not all the forest trolls are foul nuisances. Oh, wait,
For the Horde.
That's it? Oh, okay. Is that it? And yeah, I should mention that the mage classes don't get away scot-free either. As I showed off a joke of recently, leveling a priest was actually very simple. You get a wand, and then you wand. A lot of people say modded management was more interesting in vanilla. Allow me to quietly disagree with that. It could be more interesting on certain specific raid fights or boss fights, I'll agree with that. But in just general play, roaming around or doing quests or getting mats or whatever, you know, playing the game, what it usually boiled down to is emptying your mana tank in a few seconds on a single fight, and then wanding, while your mana very, very slowly regenerated. If that sounds familiar, congratulations, you have played EverQuest. One of my most distinct memories in EverQuest was when I was leveling my Necromancer. And my Necro would, you know, I'd sick the pet on them, do a couple of debuffs, then I'd back out and pull out my book and just slowly regenerate my mana, because I'm reading, while my pet just sat there very slowly killing the enemy. And then I'd chat with my friends while that was happening. You know, that's actually a fascinating question, Mr. Red. Would you believe I don't have an answer for it? I could speculate. You see, they were under an ancient genie curse, and that genie curse said, if you make a good game, I will slowly kill your first unborn child with leukemia. And they were like, that's extremely horrible, lore. What kind of example is that? I was like, you're right, I'm sorry, I don't know about that. But it wasn't actually leukemia. It was a rock lobster. generally speaking, if a caster DPS is running out of mana, they've done something wrong, because most casters do not have mana as a resource for casting. To use a direct example, both Elementalist Shaman and Shadow Priests do not use any mana whatsoever in their attack spells. They use their own resource, Insanity for Shadow Priests, or Maelstrom for Elementalists. You're probably thinking, well, what do they use mana for? Healing. Most of those kind of casters have enough mana in the tank for about 5 off heals. Either for themselves or for anybody who needs it in an emergency. If I can be blunt, I actually like that system. Detaching mana, but instead having their own resource mechanic, which they have to then take care of and spend, is a lot more interesting than having a mana bar, which either slowly depletes or requires you to do, like, have an innervate on hand, or to go dead stick in order to restore. Now, Arcane is kind of a gap there, because Arcane Mages is all about mana management. Mana management, really? It's all about management. So, yeah, no, like, I can't even explain Arcane without just going into it in full detail. But suffice it to say that you need to constantly be aware of your mana, restoring it and or burning it, because how much damage you do is directly tied to your current percent of mana. And you have a lot of abilities to regain mana, but almost all your abilities cost tons of mana. That's the primary gameplay loop of Arcane.
Blood and thunder.
Our preparations are made, and I need the raptor hearts.
Go forth.
As Torgon taught me, I transfer the power and spirit of the raptors into this orb. It will imbue our warriors with fiery strength and intelligence of the raptor. Are you sure? Like, I'm not sure raptors are, like, smarter than people, which is what we are. I can see the comparison, Valvedrix. Better in every way, of course, but yeah, definitely kind of black magey. So, there's a whisper echoing slowly in the back of my mind. Help. My name is Misriel. Really? I am a princess of the earth, and my captors, the giants, have trapped me deep beneath the Arathi highlands. These crystal shards are the only way I can speak with the surface world. Please help me. Allies of the giants, the kobolds, have a shard like this in Dry Whisper Gorge to the east. To power the cluster, gather motes of Misriel from the kobolds and apply them to it. I beg you, aid me. Now, Takoida is probably correct. We know with total certainty that several things were designed the way they were in vanilla WoW. To waste time. To specifically take longer, and therefore keep you subscribed longer. I don't know how much of EverQuest was designed that way, since EverQuest was kind of the beginning of that. I guess I should phrase that question, or that statement differently. I don't know how much of EverQuest was deliberately designed to waste your time. It was so early on in the chain that, who knows, right? It's entirely possible they hadn't realized yet that they would benefit from forcing players to play longer. It is interesting to note that all three of the big three, Ultima Online, EverQuest, and Asheron's Call, all approached keeping the player playing from a different angle. EverQuest made everything take forever. Ultima Online had a loop of ensuring that you would constantly die to enemy PvPers, and therefore had to kind of keep up. Also, you had to keep logging in to maintain your house, which a lot of people were very invested in. And Asheron's Call had monthly patches to try and encourage you to log on, and therefore stay subscribed, every single month. As you might imagine, the quality and quantity of content in those monthly patches varied wildly. It was actually a meme for a while there that AC players would log in, do the new patch content in a day, and then log off for 29 days. It wasn't quite that bad, but still. We'll find out in a minute, J. Palmer. Several quests are still group quests. We might have to switch to Beast if it is, though. We'll see. By memory, this is going to be a little bit different than the vanilla version, though. I hope so, because so far Arathi has been almost identical to its vanilla counterpart. Like, this isn't at the level of Dustwall of Marsh, but this is barely changed. Nothing interesting story-wise going on. So, flat 0 on the story axis, and, again, vanilla quest design with vanilla drop rates and vanilla kill count quotas. That feels like a double negative to gameplay to me, and I'm just going to write that down right now. I'm pretty sure the only quest that's any different at all is the one we're doing right now. And you'll notice we're definitely having some vanilla drop rates here. I've only got 7 of the 12 items I need. God. Let me explain something. So I've talked a lot about sharing in this game. And the varying quality of how fun it is to co-op, that is to say to group, in WoW. And it's changed over the years. But there's a lot of surprising detail that goes into the specifics of how sharing works. So one of the more common issues with sharing is drops. You know, an enemy drops an item, a quest item. You need 5 of those. If those don't share at all, which is true in vanilla, what that would mean is you actually need 10 of those items in order to satisfy your full group. Make sense? Or 15 if you have 3 people, or you get it. So, back in vanilla, the way that would work is quest items would only ever drop as a singular object. To explain that, an enemy would drop loot for one person, right? Or even if it's like an FFA, or free-for-all setup, it would only drop one iteration of its loot. I know that sounds strange, but what I mean by that is, from a coding perspective, it's like, okay, this enemy is now dead. Here's the items it dropped. Once those items are looted, they're gone. And I know what you're thinking. That sounds logical, but that's actually not how it works in more modern WoW. In more modern WoW, the enemy dies, and it says, okay, how many people got credit for killing that mob? Let's say there's me and Mr. Red and Savacom, and we're all grouping together for this. So it would then spawn 3 separate corpses to loot from, or rather, 3 separate loot tables might be a better way to phrase that. One for her, one for Mr. Red, one for me. So when all 3 of us go to loot, we all have a chance to then get the loot item that we want. So even if it's not 100% drop rate, loot shares. Make sense? Because even though me looting a quest item doesn't give, Mr. Red progress, all 3 of us can loot the quest items off the same kill. I don't remember when exactly they implemented that. It was after Kata, I know that. It probably was Pandaria, now that I'm saying that out loud. Are you kidding me? I need 1. I got all the way to the quest turn-in, and I need 1. Each. Oh god, yes I do, J. Palmer. Still need 1. So that's why I say when I refer to a vanilla drop rate, it's not just the fact that it's a lower drop rate, although that's its own problem. It's also the fact that drops wouldn't duplicate. I would not get loot on a kill that was slated for Mr. Red to loot. In Warlords, which is when they finally really nailed quest sharing, it's awesome. Like, I don't know how else to put that. Like, for drop stuff, either it actually shares for both of us. Like, for example, if you loot an item, I get quest credit for you looting it. Or drop rates are 100%. So, if an enemy drops a loot item, we all get it, right? You're probably wondering why I keep praising Warlords specifically for that. Warlords and Legion both had what I refer to as perfect sharing. It's never been better than that. They walked it back with BFA. And Shadowlands. I don't know why. I've never figured out, because you have to understand, from a programming and design perspective, that means someone had to actually go out of their way to put effort into making the drops worse, and the nature of how drops share worse. Someone had to go and do that. So drop rates went down instead of being guaranteed, and not everything shared all of a sudden. Why? It's worth noting they have since walked that back again with Dragonflight, and we're back in, as of War Within, we're back to a good place with sharing. I should know, I did War Within with 3 people, and everything shared just fine. I know that sounds stupid, but me and PAX have a long-standing system in place to track that kind of sharing. And we even have our own call-outs, like what, to figure out what kind of sharing is. For example, there's the no despawn sharing. For example, let's say I go loot this quest item. Just pretend with me. It's a quest item. Loot, 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 loot. Okay, I got it. In Vanilla, NBC, and Wrath, and Kata, it would just go away. Whoosh, it's gone. From Pandaria and onwards, they add this new tech where only the iteration that I looted is gone. So I don't see it there anymore because I've already looted it. But Pax still sees it, so he can then loot it. Make sense? That's the don't despawn sharing. So we both have to loot the thing, but it does share. And we keep track of that crap because, I don't know, because we've been playing co-op games for 30 years at this point. The cluster of shards looks much like the shards of Misriel, but the same feeling of security does not pulse through them. Ah, you activated the shards. Already I feel more myself, but I am still far from free. 4 stones of binding are scattered throughout Arathi. These stones keep me pinned beneath the earth. To unlock them, you must unlock the strongest, the Stone of Inner Binding, and to do that, you must gather keys from the other 3. This is still just straight up the vanilla version. Okay, so now to acknowledge what Mr. Red said. Mr. Red says, Dear Lore, I wish to cut off your head. Okay, let's make it quick. That's all I ask. It's my only request. Perfect. Yes, deliver my head to my torso. So, Mr. Red says, I think that MMOs wasting your time hasn't changed, but I think the ways that MMOs try to waste your time in modern day have become more rewarding, which sounds like the opposite of wasting time. Well, I was very much more invested in rewarding you and making you seek out the next one. I've exhausted certain systems many times for no other reason than to check off a list. I don't think I disagree with that, actually. It's just, I guess I disagree with the terminology. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm the weirdo here, but if I actually enjoy... Random example. Hang on. Where is it? If I actually enjoy doing this, you'll notice I am almost done with it, then I enjoy doing that. That's not wasting my time, right? By contrast, I do not enjoy, for example, having let's just pretend let's pretend I'm in vanilla. And if I'm in vanilla and I'm in Arathi Highlands, then this is how I'm moving through the Highlands. Oh, hang on. Aggroed something. Gotta kill it. Because it'll kill me if I leave it alone. Okay, moving on. Hang on. I'm almost there. Just hang on. Oh, aggroed something. Hang on. In fact, I should do something just to really, really, really make the point. Whoops, this is the last one. My bad. I want the other one, don't I? Get the stopwatch going here. I'm not going to do the whole trip, okay? But I want to make a point. Because it's not that I don't disagree with you, but I've actually done studies on this. The single biggest padding element that has been in every MMO ever is this. I should probably mention I'm a hunter with multiple run speed buffs. So I'm actually going faster than it should be. This is true for all of them, right? This is true for Aeon, this is true for Tabula Rasa. This is true for Ultima Online. Why do you think in Ultima Online having those bind stones was such a big deal, and why so many players would have like 20 different bind stones on their in their inventory at a given time? Which, by the way, caused tons and tons of server lag, so that was great. EverQuest, like, it was this huge deal when the Plane of Knowledge came out, and all of a sudden there were portals to places instead of just walking. In WoW, mages and their ability to craft portals just to the capital cities was considered a huge deal, because instead of having to fly or walk from halfway across the continent, you can only do it from, like, a quarter of the way across the continent. In Asheron's Call, it was considered a major skill to have a mental map of where every portal went to in the entire game in order to be able to navigate where you want to go to as quickly as possible. I admittedly like that, I'll be honest, but I like routing, you know me. Metroids, you get it. And then we scooch forward a little bit, like Lotro, as Mr. Red just pointed out, had like they implemented this slightly faster mount at one point in time, which was so fast it was lagging out the netcode of the game, so they got rid of it forever. I mean, you could still have it, but like they walked away from supporting that. It was definitely not an evergreen feature. What else? In Matrix Online, this was it. This was the ability to walk. You just walk to your destination. Let's see, what else? Trying to think the MMOs I've sunk some serious time into. I don't remember what it was in City of Heroes. Does anyone remember what City of Heroes movement tech was? By the way, you'll notice that we're almost being unattacked by anything. This is actually something Huthor referenced a few days ago. One of the only constants in this game is that roads tend to be safe. I kind of like that, admittedly. It makes sense, and it's a nice, immediately intuitive thing for a player, especially a new player, who's just trying to get from point A to point B. Kind of like I am right now. Oh, I know, Breakfast Sampler. I should know. I was there for it. Speaking of which, Earth and Beyond. Earth and Beyond was a game where you played as a ship, similar to what EVE Online would eventually do. And in Earth and Beyond, you'd think, oh, well, you're just playing as a ship, so you just zoom around the map, right? Yeah, so most of the times, what travel was like in Earth and Beyond was setting a destination and hitting your warp drive, and then AFKing for several minutes while you waited to get to your destination. Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't even see Mr. Red's question. I apologize, Breakfast Sampler. Yeah, Matrix Online is dead and gone, Mr. Red. And if I can be blunt, that's a good thing, because it kind of sucked. It's canon, though. No, I'm dead serious. Morpheus really did die to a bag of flies. Spoiler. They reference it in the 4th movie. Let's see. What else? I guess there's FF14. We've already seen that one. The fastest you can move in FF14 is your flight mount. And it's exactly as slow as it sounds. And, wow, this... Okay, real talk. This is actually faster than I thought it would be. We'll cut it off right there. 4 minutes and 45 seconds to walk the road with run speeds across Arathi. Okay, so 4:45, right? Now I'm going to actually follow the road. Merry Christmas, Cashel. I do hope your Christmas finds you well. And boom, 41 seconds. Now, forgive me for doing that whole demonstration, but I wanted to really make it fundamentally clear how different things are nowadays in WoW. Because back in the day, the overwhelming majority of your time was spent walking. Or, if you're really lucky, going at this speed. I'm not going to time it again, but you get the idea. It was actually considered shocking when they added the epic flight speed to the game. The 310%. Yeah, as I say, this is 100% mount. At this point, if you were lucky, you had the 60% mount, which I can't even emulate anymore. Hell, I might actually be moving at 60% just in my normal form because I'm a hunter with all the speed talents. Anyway, sorry. All of that was a roundabout way of saying, thank God we're not there anymore, but I do think you're right, Mr. Red, in that WoW in particular has shuffled away to have other things take up your time, rather than just walking from point A to point B. Which was just such a huge percentage of the time spent in the game. This is the Stone of Inner Binding. It must be the strongest, and therefore is must be unlocked for the others to be opened. You've done it. You've opened the Stones of Binding. I can feel the shackles of me loosen, my freedom drawing closer. You're a noble hunter. Opening the Stones of Binding loosened much of my confinement, but a lock still holds me chained. It's the keystone you see amongst the circle of stones, and the key is held by one of my captors, Watcher Fosrook. You must obtain that key. Okay, sure. I will free you. Oh, 100%, Mr. Red. You'll notice that they fought for years, for freaking years, to prevent us from having flight in this game. Warlords, Legion, BFA, Shadowlands. 4 expansions. 4 expansions, they dragged their heels and everything, being like, no. No. It wasn't until Dragonflight that they finally gave in and just gave us flying, and, you know, an awesome form of flying, and said, here, and walked away from that traversal padding entirely. If, more than anything else, like, we've talked a lot about how the developers have talked a lot about how they're walking away from the old ways and from the artifact mentalities that they were stuck in. And there's been a lot of discussions about that recently. Nothing makes me believe that more than the existence of dragon flying. And yes, the drive system is coming in next patch, and apparently will be even faster. And I almost guarantee you is going to be a prototype for backrolling faster ground mounts to, to other mounts, just like Dragonflight was. Okay, quest complete. Oh crap! Oh crap! Why are you trying to kill me? What did I do? I'm just freeing an innocent woman. As the stone goes quiet, you're left with the vague sense of unease. Something isn't right. Let's go check in with someone. So, Lunarith says, what does Christmas mean to me? Now, that is a fascinating question. I could give all kinds of snarky and sarcastic reactions to that. I'm not going to, of course, but I could. Sorry, I had an adorable niece there. Oh god, tell me about it, Carraway Noise. They've been designing zones with flight in mind for years, but yeah, War Within, you literally need flight. To me, Christmas is a good excuse to wish well upon others and have them not look at you weird. It's also a good excuse to give people things, and they can't refuse it, because, it's Christmas. Ah, it's a Christmas gift. Well, okay, fine. I accept your Christmas gift. And there's nothing they can do about it. Check it out. Something made by my adorable middle niece here.
Wait.
apologies. But I wanted to share this too. She's getting a lot better. I know... Hang on. I know that nobody cares. But she's getting a lot better at coloring inside the lines. As you can see. Like, I know that sounds like such a stupid thing, but for anybody who's ever taken care of or raised kids, you know, that's a skill. That's something you have to develop. So yeah, she's getting pretty good at it. And, since I'm here anyways, here's the house she made. Complete with sparkly glitter tree, wreath, and it's probably hard to tell, but the lights on the top here is all the sparkly glitter stuff as well. And I know what you're thinking, Lore, you're gonna have sparkly glitter all over your desk for that. I have 3 nieces. I have been infested with sparkly glitter for about 10 years now.
Zug zug.
I know, I should not have sent you. Forgive me. The whispers of the past are too strong.
Victory!
Mysriel is a deceiver, an ancient force sealed long ago. She must be kept that way. Oh, it's a 2-player quest. We're still probably going to manage it. You must confront her at the shards of Mysriel where you first spoke with her. Summon her with this scroll, and then take the eldritch shackles from her body and place them on the shards to keep her bound once more. Set her free, and then destroy her. It's because you have no soul, Spartan. That's my fault. You know, Frostborn, it's a thing. My bad. Hi, Mysriel. What? You've served me well, but... why have you summoned me so soon? I haven't reached my full power. No matter, you are a fool to help me. And now you will pay. And you... As the eldritch shackles are placed around the shards, an inhuman wail is heard from far below. The scream is followed by a roar. The shards of Mysriel no longer invoke feelings of warmth or security. Now they pulse with open menace. Which is funny when you think about it. And, yeah, that's Arathi. That's it. 2 hours. And I took time to pause and talk about MMO game design and go hang out with my nieces briefly. I don't know what else to add to that, honestly. Except, I do have something else to add. Negatives. The joy. That's what Christmas truly means to me. Giving negatives to beloved games, and watching as their tears slowly fill my cup. I shall drink deep of their sorrow, consume their despair and agony, and their Kingdom Hearts 1, and their Mass Effect Andromeda, and their Pokemon Violet, and their thank you to Shadow Machine. Thank you, Shadow Machine, very, very much. I do always appreciate. And Merry Christmas. I do hope you're having a good one. But for real, let's give this place some negatives. This... wow. This is effectively unchanged from vanilla. Yeah, that's not great. that slab of meat? Oh, I have no idea. I can look it up. What kind of meat is it? Is that pig? Or is that beef? Okay. One second. Is it literally not going to tell me? It's not going to tell me how much it costs. That's ridiculous. Whatever. I'm going to go with Bragwin. About 90 bucks is about right. I was going to say around 100-ish, but good estimate. So yeah, call me a little bit shocked. Arathi really sucks. Like, I'm shocked here. Really. So that's actually worse than Silithus. In fact, that's worse than anything other than Dustwallow so far in Kata. Wow. The good news is I don't think we'll have another zone like that anytime soon. But, like, yeah, it's just the vanilla zone again. There's nothing else for that. Whatever. That is the end of Swiftshot's career for the time being. At some point, we still need to do Shalomance and Stratholme. I suppose I should get in position for that. Maybe Duskwood will be as bad. I don't know. We'll see when we get there. It does go back to the old standby question. What's worse? To be empty and vacuous or to be actively bad? And per the math, actively bad is always worse. You don't have to agree with that. But it certainly does seem to be the consensus. Ah, Caradero. And its rune stones. So our next character is our human. I hate you, J. Palmer. This will be Zinjin. Zinjin the monk.
Emboldened by the return of their heroic king, Varian Wrynn, the proud humans of Stormwind led the Alliance to victory in its war against the dreaded Lich King. While successful, the campaign in Northrend proved costly, and the humans now seek to bolster their strategic holdings throughout the world. Under Varian's daring leadership, humanity now braces itself for a renewed conflict with its perennial enemy, the Horde. Yet, as the great cataclysm rips across the world, familiar threats have once again arisen closer to home. It now falls to you to defend the kingdom and uphold the honor of humanity.
Remember, we're the good guys. You can tell because... Anyways, Let's do our usual really quick setup phase here. Over here, pop this. We are colored blue, that's true. We are Rainer's Raiders. I remember Elwynn pretty positively, but we'll see when we get here. We'll see how it works. Okay, and then... Okay, I think that's everything. Except for the usual stuff. Oh, we gotta go raid Hogger. At level 1. But you can only do that if you're a gnome. Listen. I don't make fun of McBride. You don't make fun of McHusband. Some inventory here, don't mind me. Surprising number of people here, although I suppose that makes sense. Since we're not time walking right now. Oh my god, J. Palmer. The trauma. Is there a quest to rescue them, at least? There's a quest to rescue them, right? Okay, I think that's everything. Yep, gotta kill his wife. Wait, what? So, Elwynn, little different. We've got the army recruits over here. We've got some guards patrolling. So back in the day, let me talk about this briefly. Back in the day, as a human, there was actually a story arc going through Elwynn Forest. It was vague because it was vanilla, but it was there. There were some kobolds here, and the kobolds were ripping gold out of the mine, and that's a strategic resource. That mine is property of the Kingdom of Stormwind, so that's no bueno. So it's like, okay, knock out that stuff. And then over here, there were some weird Defias guys. You had to go kill the Defias. As you would go throughout the zone, you would find out there was a couple of side stories, like with the hook fields down here. And for the most part, it was all dealing with local threats, and occasionally the Defias would just poke in and be more and more and more of an issue. Then we would go to Westfall, and Vanilla Westfall was the Defias chain, where we found out that the Defias Brotherhood is claiming power, and they're going to do this thing, and they're going to make this giant ship. And they're going to use this giant ship in order to destroy Stormwind in revenge. Because the Defias Brotherhood were mostly consisted, or at least founded, by people who were the Stonemasons Guild. The people who actually built Stormwind itself. And then when they asked for payment, were told to go suck a lemon. So in vanilla, naturally, in response to these people's reaction, we went and murdered Van Cleef himself, as well as pretty much knocked over the Defias. So they're gone. Boop. Now, there were a couple of additional lines here and there about the Defias chain. They peeked up briefly in Red Ridge, and they had a very, very brief thing in the stockades there, which culminated in finding out that one of the noble lords was backing them. I wonder who that could have been. And then there was the thing over in Dustwall we've already talked about, but that was it. So the Defias are gone. Now, we're dealing with another problem.
Need help?
So you're the new recruit from Stormwind, I'm Marshal McBride, commander of the garrison. Glad to have you on board. Let's see. Looking through the papers. Zingen. It's Zingen, right? You've arrived just in time. The Blackrock orcs have managed to sneak into Northshire through a break in the mountain. My soldiers are doing the best they can to push them back, but I fear they'll be overwhelmed soon. Go help kill the attacking Blackrock wargs and help my soldiers out.
Or the Alliance?
So, right up there is the Burning Steps. Let me give you a very, 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 very brief bit of story here. Back when Thrall put out the call to all of the surviving and freed orcs to come and join the new horde, you know, the good horde. Remember that too, Valvador. Their words. There was a group of members of the demonic horde who pretty much straight up said, "Nah, I'm good," and refused to actually sign up. I forget the exact tribes, so forgive me, but it was a specific tribe of ogres, trolls, and the Blackrock clan of orcs. All of them instead holed up in Blackrock Spire and formed what is usually referred to as the Dark Horde. The Dark Horde was never really a major player on the scene, even back in vanilla. But they did have Lower Blackrock Spire and Upper Blackrock Spire to themselves. And they also contained some forces out in the Blasted Land, or not the Blasted Land, sorry, the Burning Steps right here. So, you know, that Blackrock Stronghold, and, you know, Dreadmaw Rock, Blacktooth Hovel, all this stuff, right? So they had their own little pieces and forces and all that fun stuff. They never really amounted to anything because it's effectively 3 tribes of guys who have managed to luck into having a good fortification. And it's also worth noting that this particular fortification was also being contested by 2 completely separate other polities. Namely, the Dark Irons, who were being backed by the Twilight's Hammer cult and the Fire Elementals, and Nefarian and his Black Dragonflight, who were also being backed by the old gods, but let's not get into that. So the Dark Horde never really amounted to much. We're going to be seeing a decent amount of the Dark Horde during the human quest kit, because they're kind of the new bad guys, right, instead of the Defias. So the idea here is after the Cataclysm, there's a gap, you can't actually really see it here, that kind of has made a new path between the Burning Steps and Northshire. And so the Dark Iron, that is to say, the Dark Horde, are now invading through it.
King's honor, friend.
You bought us a little time, but we've got bigger problems to deal with now. Hey, it's my belt! Look!
Light bless you.
The invading orcs aren't fools. They're sizing us up, making sure that when they attack, it'll be to their advantage. In the forest to the northwest are Blackrock spies. They peer at us through spy glasses, watching our every move, waiting. I want you to take the fight to them. We must show them that we know they're watching us and that we're prepared.
Go with honor, friend.
Okay, I can go kill people. They wouldn't add the concept of secrets, that is to say, explorable stuff, until Pandaria. For the reference, I actually think that was a great idea, adding the secret explorable stuff. Apparently so is Blizzard, because they've never stopped doing that ever since Pandaria. You'll notice this is already substantially different tempo, pace, and of course story from what we were dealing with back in the day. Oh, I should probably mention, so as someone in chat, Loke, just mentioned the Blackrock, that is to say, the Dark, let's just call them the Dark Horde. The Dark Horde were the evil orcs and trolls and ogres. We talked about this, right? There's always an evil faction. Well, this is our evil orcs. I know that sounds weird, but we're only now finally meeting the evil orcs, and it makes sense because it's the humans who have to deal with them. Go figure. Scoops that over here. Early mobility, because Monk is amazing. Although we've already had plenty of evil trolls and evil ogres, but this is our first real evil orc group. These are marauders, raiders, and we actually fought these guys back in Warcraft 3. Yeah, exactly, Logue. These are the ones who were sacrificing villagers to summon demons. These are the ones we run over when we're playing as the undead. You remember that? Our demon masters favor us, not your pathetic undead. Those guys. That's the Dark Horde. It really is valid to just kind of call them the leftover refuse of the demonic horde. What's the difference between the demonic horde and the fell horde? Everything? So, okay. The demonic horde was the original horde, the very, very first one. It was the one that was founded by Gul'dan and put together by Kil'jaeden. It's the one that invaded during Warcraft 1 and Warcraft 2. After its defeat at the end of Warcraft 2, the demonic horde ceased to exist and would never exist again. The fell horde is Illidan's horde. That's a group of the the orcs who have drunk the blood of one demon lord or another. There's actually a couple there who exist in Outland, who Illidan would then yoke into his particular servitude in order to try and make his own ends happen.
Light be with you.
Excellent work. You've turned out to be quite an asset to the garrison. It's time for you to train.
Be careful.
I received an urgent message from Sergeant Willem. Turns out that Blackrock orcs have trained goblin assassins. They ambushed our battalion behind the abbey. Willem has asked me to send them a hero. You have to go help. I don't
Light bless you.
think I qualify as a hero. Like, I just got here.
How are you?
It's true, we were ambushed. I don't dare send any more soldiers out there and risk losing them too. I need a volunteer. Someone willing to risk their life.
See you later.
What about Gul'dan, Spartan? Have you ever seen a goblin's engine? They're wretched little monsters that love two things, gold and themselves. The Blackrock orcs have enlisted the aid of goblin assassins to kill our soldiers. This is just...
See you around.
This is great, right? This is exactly what a brand new player needs to see. Goblins are pure, horrifically evil. Yeah, the Fell Horde is Illidan's horde, Spartan. Yeah, you notice they just straight up removed the quest to go talk to Archer. He's like, you need training. Oh my god, get out to the front immediately. What? Do I need to go train? No. I don't remember when they got rid of class training. Can I just say that I'm in favor of it, though? Not a huge fan of traipsing back to town just to learn whatever new skills I got. Thank you, Chill Pangolin, as always. Chill Pangolin asks an interesting question. Who's your favorite Santa? Whoops. Didn't need to hit that. There we go. I would have to say Arnold Schwarzenegger. Definitely. Spartan. So, I can tell you're not paying attention, and that's okay, Spartan. I was asked, what is the difference between the demonic horde and the fell horde? The demonic horde was put together by Gul'dan and Kil'jaeden. The Fell Horde was put together from the leftover remnants of the orcs that were left in Outland by Illidan. There's a whole story arc about it, about how he was feeding the blood of Magtheridon and using it in order to make new Fell Orcs. That's the Fell Horde. It doesn't exist either at this point. We completely dismantled it back during BC.
Good day to you.
Have you ever embraced the holy light yet, brother? It is through the holy light we are saved. It is through the holy light that I'm able to heal these overly demanding soldiers. No, I'm a shaman, thanks. And it is through the holy light you'll be able to venture into the field and rescue our fallen brothers. Take this prayer book. Use it to cast holy, holy, holy. Yeah, okay, cool. Just gonna move along now. Yeah, these initial quests, wow, you know. Yeah, you'll notice we don't even attack with our staff. Have you noticed that? Our attack animations do not use our weapon. It just sits in our back. That would be a viscerality thing when we get there. So that is something I want to discuss when we get there. Merry Christmas, Fife. I do hope you're finding a good one. Let's see. So my first favorite Santa is obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger. Can I think of a second Santa that I actually like? There's the Orcish Santa in this very game, of course. Oh, God. You know what? Yeah, I take it back. The Santa robot in Futurama. That's my new answer. Your mistletoe is no match for my toe missile. Okay, I saved them for the light. I think you understand the power of the light. The light giveth hope, brother, and the light taketh from the darkness. And I want to stress that this is in all caps. Blessed be the light.
Have a good one.
This guy's kind of creeping me out, I'm not going to lie.
Hey there.
That'll teach those monsters. They'll think twice before taking another mercenary job from orcs.
See you later.
Excellent work. The rear is now officially clear with the gear. We'll take care of the stragglers. I want you to go back to Marshal McBride.
Safe travels.
Okay. Merry Christmas, Bella. Thank you for the sub, as always. Ratchet & Clank 1 is funded. So, no. Want to pick something else? Let me know. Which line, Linerith? I'm sorry. Kingdom Hearts 1. Guardians of the Galaxy. And something else in a moment.
Well met.
With your help, we managed to secure the north and western sectors of Northshire. We still have a rather large contingency of Blackrock orcs to the east, and they begin burning down the forest.
Be careful.
The orcs have begun burning down the forest. I feel like you just said that. They have taken over the vineyard and are planning their final assault against us. They must be stopped. Head east across the river and kill the rampaging Blackrock orcs. You're our only hope.
The Alliance.
Am I really?
You
Hello?
need something?
Times like these make me long for when the Defias were still around. The Cataclysm has opened a pathway from the burning steppes, and now Blackrock orcs pour into Northshire Valley. They have taken over my vineyard and are burning it to the ground. To the ground! Please, that vineyard's all I have. Take my fire extinguisher and extinguish the flames. There might still be hope.
See you around.
I wouldn't bet on it. No, the mistletoe line is from the Futurama Santa. I miss those terrorists. I mean, in fairness, I'd probably take the Defias over the Blackrock, too. But then again, the Dark Horde are pretty incompetent as well. Cyberpunk, you got it, Bella. What I find vaguely funny, I think it's up here? Like, they kind of hint at where the gap is to the Burning Steps. But I don't think it's actually there, because obviously they don't want players to just walk into a level 50 zone. Doubly funny now when it's just, you know, a level 5 zone, or in other words, whatever level we are. Does Blackout Kick not cost anything anymore? Huh. That's different. Also, what's with the Gilnean music for this? It really doesn't, Fife. Check that mouse over again. Merry Christmas, GMI Gingerfro. Happy holidays. Now, what's going to be funny is, what do you want to bet when I get a spec, it actually starts costing resources, which means it's going to, like, effectively get worse once I actually have a spec. Also, the Blackrock Invader just gave a very masculine taunt, which was, "The grapes were very tasty." Wahahaha. I mean, that would make a weird amount of sense, wouldn't it, Mr. Red? They live in a carved-out mountain with no natural resources other than rock and metals in all directions. They're probably used to eating mold and fungus. So they'll take anything they can get. Merry Christmas, Trihexia. Chill Pangolin, what the hell? Alright, time to kill Chill Pangolin. Hang on a sec. BRB, killing Chill Pangolin. Interesting. Well, I'll go ahead and put all of that towards Pikmin 1, Pikmin 2, and Pikmin 3. And thank you again.
Good day to you.
Oh, bless your heart. You are truly a hero of the Alliance. Could you please stop licking my boots? I'm noticing a trend. If you remember, the Valley of Trials over in Durotar has them constantly telling you that you're worthless and pathetic. And here they've already called us hero 3 times. We're level 5. You got it, Chill Pangolin. Yeah, it's just, they're really kissing our ass here. Though the land is completely incinerated and there's nothing left of the vineyard but ash and debris, I might be able to cover right. How bad can it be?
Safe travels.
I think you know the answer to that, J. Palmer. I think you always know the answer to that.
What can I do for you?
Have you killed the rampaging orc hordes?
Go with honor.
The Blackrock Orcs will surely fall now that their main force has been defeated. Okay.
For the Alliance.
The rampaging orc horde is led by a savage beast known as Kurtok the Slayer. He's responsible for the recent invasion and must be killed.
Light bless you.
Okay. No. See, we're the good guys now, Lunaruth. Yeah, I was actually thinking the same thing, Dakota. This is parody levels of hero. You've done so much to save us. Merry holidays. Happy Christmas, that which won't sleep. Get some good rest. You know what's really sad is Mr. Red is completely correct. The reason they're this blatant about licking our butt this entire time is because they know, and this has always been true for all of WoW's history, that the most playable race by a huge margin in this game is humans. This is the lowest common denominator right here. You're looking at it. So, I think that they're yeah, it's the Jedi Knight thing back in Tor all over again. They're just really leaning into that hard. And yeah, you notice that the goblins are portrayed as horrifically evil. The orcs are portrayed as horrifically evil. You're portrayed as some great hero of the Alliance for doing low-level nothing quests. I swear some of these zones are pretty good. It's just, this starter experience, wow. I actually think this might be negative-worthy.
Greetings.
With Kurtok laid, we are safe once again from the orcish hordes. I will send peasants to pass in an inn and attempt to seal the passageway, so that no more orcs may come through into our territory. You have the thanks of Stormwind and of the Alliance, hero. Wow.
Be careful.
You are a monk who have proven interest in the security of Northshire. You are now tasked with the protection of the surrounding Elwynn Forest. If you accept this duty, be prepared. I have prepared papers that must be delivered to Marshal Dugan in Goldshire. Goldshire lies along the southern road, past the border gates. Oh, 0. Oh, 0. That makes a lot more sense. It would actually be hysterical. Thank you for helping us with this nothing burger problem, 0. Oh my god.
What can I do for you?
Every adventurer should rest when exhaustion sets in, and there's no finer place to get rest than the Lion's Pride Inn. No, not even one word. I don't want to hear it. My best friend, Innkeeper Farley, runs the Lion's Pride. If you tell him I sent you, he may give you special discounted rates. No. No. Bad. Stop thinking it.
Have a good one.
For real, do you think we're going to see anyone there? Pangolin. Kirby block 1. Kirby block 2. Kirby block 3. And a thank you. Thank you, Chill Pangolin, again. Now let's see where I'm running. Ah! Completely the wrong way. We'll find out in a minute, Lineroth. It's okay, this isn't an RP server. But that doesn't matter anymore because cross-servering. So this really is a bit of a random chance thing. Okay, so I might as well address the elephant in the room. A lot of people do sex things in this building right here. Whatever, no real judgment. I don't care. Just do your gross stuff somewhere else. The thing is, the main reason that this is the spot for it is actually just complete coincidence. Nobody decided that Goldshire should be the place for it. Yep, there's our first. Yep, there we go. Perfect. Cool. So nobody really decided this, right? Instead, it's just two coincidences running into each other. Coincidence number 1, most players make humans. Coincidence number 2, this is the first town in the game. I know town, it's literally 2 buildings, but whatever. So, this, like, if you were to like, do a map of the whole world, and, like, map out what percent of how many players went to a specific spot in the map, nowhere in the entire game would have a higher percentage than right here. So, this is where they do that because this is where everyone is. It also takes like 2 minutes, if you don't know what you're doing, to get here from a brand new character. So, like, make a character, run here, done.
Need help? Or the Alliance?
A go-to quest for Westfall. You have word from McBride. Northshire is a garden compared to Elwynn Forest, but what do you have to report? Here, let me see the papers.
Light bless you.
Well, it says you've been awarded acting deputy status. Congrats.
And good luck. Keeping Elwynn safe is no picnic. Well, with most of the army busy doing who knows what for who knows which noble, it's hard to keep track of politics these days.
Go with honor, friend. Be careful.
The mine in Northshire isn't the only one with problems. I have reports the Fargo Deep mine also has become a haven for kobolds. Explore the mine, confirm these reports, and return to me.
Light bless you.
Yeah, if I might be so bold, as weird as this is going to sound, my biggest complaint with the people using Goldshire for that is it's one of the first things you're going to see as a new player, especially if you play human, which, remember, statistically, you are going to play a human more than anything else. So, yeah.
What can I do for you? See you around. Safe travels. Hello.
Hello, good sir. Do you have a moment? My brother and I run an apothecary in Stormwind, and I'm here to gather large candles for wax. Can you help me? I heard I can get candles from kobolds.
See you later.
Kobolds with candles. Right. Crazy people.
Good day to you. Have a good one.
Zinja, there's a new threat in Elwynn Forest. Murlocs are swimming up the streams of eastern Elwynn, scaring away fish and attacking gentlefolk. I warned Marshal Dugan, but he's more worried about gnolls and bandits. He's not convinced Murlocs are a danger.
See you around.
Oh, also, the kobolds in these parts sometimes carry gold dust on them. I can really use that stuff. Bring me a load of it, and I'll give you the best price in town. Best price in town. I'm sorry, you want me to get you gold dust so you can give me 8 silver.
Safe travels.
I just want to be very clear about this.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
Yes, I spoke with Remy. I respect him as a merchant, though all reports of Murlocs to the east have been sketchy at best. Your concerns are noted, but unless I receive a military report of a Murloc threat, we can't afford to send more troops east.
Be careful.
If you're so concerned the rumors of Murlocs are true, then do this. Travel to the Elwynn Bridge and speak with Guard Thomas. Here, I have a Stormwind charger that'll take you there.
For the Alliance.
I'll come back to
Be
that
careful.
in just a second. Not a lot of ass-kissing so far, which is nice. Listen, I need to make sure... my God, Lynera. I need to make sure that everyone knows that I'm an edgy person who's got, you know, things that are worth listening to, Bragman. And so that way, if I gather all this attention to myself, people will be sure to pay attention to me. And then maybe people will actually like me again instead of thinking that I'm such a horrible person. I don't know why people don't like me. I'm such a fun guy. My character XXX Lego Lock. XXX. Oh yeah, someone do me a quick favor. When did Return of the King come out? What year? I swear I'm going somewhere with this specifically. 2003. Yeah, that's what I thought. Guess when WoW came out? I'm mentioning that because some people have probably wondered why Takoida and myself always use the Legolas as the go-to way to make fun of people making unoriginal and dumb names in MMOs. Well, Lord of the Rings came out right before it. In fact, I'm pretty sure Lord of the Rings came out while WoW was in beta. So... And you're probably thinking, what do you mean by dumb names? Well, they would want to make a character named Legolas. It would be taken, of course. So the next thing you do is you try Legolas with 2 S's, that's taken. So then you try Legolas with 2 A's and 2 S's, that's taken. And it just drifts further and further and further away from
Legolas until finally you find something that someone else hasn't thought of. And now the next person trying to make a Legolas has to go even further than you did. It's kind of a weird, fascinating approach to, or example of statistics. And yeah, there were quite a few Sephiroths back in the day, too. FF7 had, hadn't come out, or hang on, that would have been, what? 7 years? Yeah, FF7 had come out 7 years before, but FF7 has always had a fairly large amount of cultural impact, so... Or not impact, footprint. Footprint. Yeah, some more modern MMOs actually log your character data separate from your character name, if that makes any sense. To explain that a little bit, if I make a character, it creates a unique code and string for that character, which then can track your data, your information, your inventory, your quest, your reps, your whatever, right? All the things that make up your character. Completely separate from your name. Most MMOs use your name to track all those things. That's why only one player can have one given name on a server, because that's the name that's taken up by that string. So in more modern MMOs, they detach those two things, which means 15 people can all have the name Legolas, spelled correctly, with no issues, because each one of those has a different string for their actual character code. And you're probably thinking, well, hang on, how do players keep track? Well, that's easy. You also have an account name. So, Legolas at Bregwin, Legolas at Chilpangolin, and Legolas at Mr. Red are all different things. So I can send commands and invites and trade with these people individually, because I just have to include the @ code. It was actually a pretty smart move. I forget which MMO did that first. What's going on with my mouse? Well, that's what. There we go. Hey, Jesse's Mask. Merry Christmas. I do hope you're doing something fun and interesting today. And I noticed that you're here, so obviously the answer to that is no. So go do something fun. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Who's playing today? Aw. Sometimes you can bullcrap the collision with roll. Oh, god damn it. Please tell me the Chiefs are going to lose. Just do that. Do that for me. That's all I ask. I just want them to die. I just need them to die. Oh, Steelers. I actually like the Steelers. So, go Steelers. You might say they might steal the win from the Chiefs. I know, the Chiefs have been stomping lately. And by lately, I mean for like 10 years at this point. Really irritating. You might say they're the chief disappointment of the football league stuff, place thing.
Hey there.
Do you have that gold dust for me?
See you around.
Ah, thanks for the dust. Here's your cash, and here's a token of associate of mine. You might find it useful.
See you later.
Thanks. Hank. Chili gummy sounds pretty fun.
What can I do for you? Have a good one. See you around.
You seem like the helpful type. How about you do an old man a favor? Last time I was over at the McClure Vineyards, I overheard Maybelle crying in her cottage. Would you be so kind as to check up on her?
Safe
sure.
travel.
Hey, Gizlek. Happy Winter Vale.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
This is bad news. What's next? Dragons? We'll have to increase patrols near the mine. Thank you for your efforts. Hold on a moment. I might have another task for you.
Go with honor, friend.
Thanks to you, we know the Fargo Deep mine is infested with kobolds. Now we need a scout to investigate the more distant Jasper Lode mine. That's your job. Notice I give you fairly detailed instructions on how to get there. I don't know who just said hello, but hello whoever just said hello. Down. Hi, Pillars of Snow. I'm shocked you saw me, especially on another server. No, her name is now Braidwin. She has this lethal attack where she's going to, like, grab your hair and braid it really, really tight and then, like, hang you with your own braided hair. Like, I'm just trying to get the worst jokes possible. Get it all out of my system. It's a flushing at the end of the year, you know? Speaking of end of the year, don't forget to vote for the LGAs if you have not already. I've been keeping track of whether or not people have been voting in order to check how long those votes should stay open. And they will continue to stay open. Let's do that one over here. Until people stop voting, essentially. So do your social duty and vote for something that actually matters. And actually cares about your vote. Okay, hang on. So this Chill Pangolin is just going all over the place here. So we got this one for the Sly Collection, the Star Fox block, and goodbye Volcano High. That is an interesting spread. Thank you again, Chill Pangolin. At this point, Jesse's mask, we may never know. There are a lot of things to vote for. That's how it is. If it makes you feel any better, you can just vote for Game of the Year and Worst Game of the Year. That's in the 7th vote, I believe. 7th bracket of vote, excuse me. Alright, Maybell, what's the problem?
Hey there.
William set you? Oh, bless his soul, I'm okay. It's just, well...
See you later.
I'm cursed. My heart belongs to Tommy Joe Stonefield, but our family's a bitter enemy, so I can't see him, even though my eyes ache to gaze upon that handsome face. And my woman flesh is all a quiver. Oh, sorry. Please take this letter and give it to Tommy Joe. He's usually at the river to the west of here.
Have a good one.
Sorry, that's from there's an old reference, right? Or an old line. If she's a quiverin', he's deliverin'. I didn't invent that. Don't look at me. Elwynn is a fascinating zone, even in vanilla. You'll notice most of what we're doing is more or less the same as what's been going on in vanilla. And you start in Northshire, you go down to Goldshire. It sends you south to the McClure. That sends you west to the Stonefield, where you find other quests. Those send you east, those send you north, and then those send you further east and then west again. I'm only pointing it out because the flow here is actually pretty decent for a vanilla zone. It's kind of substandard when it comes to cata quality, but it is interesting to think about how little it's changed.
How are you?
I lost my necklace, and I think that gutter snipe Billy McClure took it. He's usually scudding like a rat around the McClure vineyards. Get my necklace back, and you'll warm an old widow's heart.
Safe travels.
You are not an old widow. I just want to be clear about that.
What can I do for you?
The Brackwells have a prize-winning pig, Princess. The sow is huge, and she got that way from sneaking over here and eating my veggies. It just so happens she's here now. Princess must die. Now,
Farewell.
you'll notice Princess is right here now, instead of over here at the Brackwell Pumpkin Patch. So, this is the biggest thing they changed in Cata. Most of these quests are functionally the same, but they moved them around, so instead of spending, 20 minutes traipsing up and down the zone, it's just right here. In other words, they cut out the padding. So, while Elwynn is similarly somewhat unchanged, like Arathi, they did at least do a polishing pass, which means it's probably going to score, well, at least better than Arathi did. Alright, buddy, what do you want?
How are you?
Oh, yeah, what? Oh, hang on, let's read the love letter here.
With each passing hour, my heart withers from your absence. Oh, if only our folks could see beyond the silly crimes they've done to each other, and know that the only true crime is hate. Hate consumes, and I fear in these dimming times. Yawn attack. I fear in these dimming times that hate will take hold of more than just our families. If they realize this, we can at long last be together. All right, so sure, whatever.
Hello. Have a good one.
I can't stand being apart. Oh, I have to see her.
See you later.
Please talk with my grandma. If anyone can find a way to bring me together, she can.
Have a good one.
All right. Let's go play matchmaker. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll show that in a second.
Need help? Be careful.
Oh, thank goodness. That pig was so big you'd think she'd eat my whole crop. Thank you. Do any of these suit you? Sure.
See you around.
Thanks.
Greetings.
Well, our families are feuding. Tommy, Joe, and Maybelle don't have much of a future, but maybe we can get them together for a little while.
Go with honor,
How
friend.
about William Pessel has a potion to unite the two lovers? Here, take a note to William, would you?
Safe travels.
Probably not, Looney Ruth. This is your fairly standard Romeo and Juliet style story, done with the I forget what they were called in real life feud. That was a rather famous feud here in the United States. It's actually mocked over in My Little Pony, with the Mayfields and the Hoopfields, and I forget what the other group was on. Yeah, the Hatfields and McCoys. That's what it was in real life. It was a really unpleasant feud, rather famous for it. Hello, William. It's been years since we've spoken, but I trust you and your brother are well, and that your apothecary thrives. I must ask a favor of you. In short, my grandson Tommy has lost his heart to young Maybelle, and though they adore each other, our families have been feuding for years. I fear the war between the Stonefields and the McClures will kill Tommy, Joe, and Maybelle's blossom and romance, and in times like these, where dark news and rumors of war loom over us, youth and love must be nurtured. So the favor, use your skills and concoct a potion or elixir to aid these two. Thank you. And when you have some time away from work, come visit. We can have a few chuckles over the past. You lost a what? I didn't take no necklace. I ain't no thief. I might know who did, but I'm too hungry to remember. Maybe if I got a pie, I'd tell you who got that necklace. And you know, I think that old Bernice lady at the other farm makes great pork belly pies. Maybe get her some tender pork boar meat. Sure. Why not? That was it. The Hooffields and the McColts. That was it. Thank you, Comic Scout. Good episode, actually. Well, I'm going to be honest, of the things I was expecting to see today, that is not one of them. By the way, this didn't used to be 100% drop rate to continue the improved from vanilla arc. Well, thank you very, very much, Jesse's Mask. I do appreciate you. As always, I suppose. Give me a moment. So that's going towards... Hang on. Ah, I was wondering, Braquin. Well, I'll count that as Jesse's Mask, so just for the hell of it. So that's 18. So we'll put that towards Slay the Princess, Dead Rising 1R, and Deus Ex, Mankind Divided.
Done. And thank you again, Jesse's Mask.
Hello.
I don't think it's right feeding the boy who stole my necklace in the first place, but if that's what it takes to get what's mine, then so be it.
Have a good one.
Though this wild boar meat is bland, simmered enough in the right spices, and it makes for some tasty pie.
See you later. See you around.
Isn't that true with, like, everything ever? I'm pretty sure I could take grass and flavor it properly and it'll taste good. I should know. Did you know? Hear me out for a sec. They can actually make chicken taste good. Now, some of you in chat immediately got that. For those of you who didn't, I task you with something to do someday if you're ever curious and have the resources to spare. Cook chicken with nothing, just water. And then tell me how just chicken tastes sometime.
Whoa!
Oh, I'm starving. Do you have that pie for me? Oh, this pie's the best. I think my memory's coming back to me. I was playing near the Fargo Deep mine and I saw the old lady's necklace. Don't ask how it got there, wasn't me. Anyway, saw this big gold-toothed kobold pick up the necklace and run back to the den. Okay, let's go kill Goldtooth. Yeah, the word most people I know use to describe, flavorless chicken is cardboard. I like that distinction. It's a good description. Yeah, even just salt helps. Or cooking it in a broth, There's options. We've come up with some interesting ways to flavor chicken over the years. Let's do that first, actually. That's an interesting question. The best meat without any additional flavoring. I think I'm going to have to agree with Jesse's Mask on that. Now, granted, I've only ever had boring meat, right? So I've never had anything exotic. But yeah, pork, pig. Don't think I've ever had lamb. Or if I have no real memory of it. I have had duck. I've had the big three, and then like duck and goat. I had goat once. Didn't actually care for that. I don't even remember what else, honestly. Like I said, I've only ever had boring
Need
meat.
something? See you around.
Oh, my heart goes out to those two poor souls. I remember being young and in love once. Must be something I can do to help them. Let me think.
Safe travels.
I can make an invisibility lurker so she could slip away. But I need crystal kelp.
See you later.
Okay. Well, there's a bunch of fish, but fish isn't meat. We all know that. Fish is just... ugh. It's disgusting. Do you know some people even like eating fish? Oh. Ugh. Ugh. I don't know what this is a thing for. Yeah, it is Matt Steen, you're right. Huh. Interesting. I'm actually familiar with Matt Steen. He was actually kind of famous for being relatively famous in the community. Oh wow. It's actually just straight up a copy of his tombstone. That's interesting. That must have taken some time to set up and render. I don't know, Mr. Red. What I do know, I'm about to die to murlocs. I actually explained this earlier to Elizar specifically because he was asking about this. Some people ask, why are murlocs the meme? Well, if you've been paying attention, I've already described several key mathematical quotients that led to this. First and foremost, most people roll humans. Second of all, a huge number of human quests lead towards this lake and the one over here, Stromgarde Lake. Both of these lakes are swarming with murlocs. Murlocs were one of the first enemies in the game that would run when they're low on health. You'll actually notice they don't do this anymore. And murlocs would then pulse aggro. In other words, all of these wonderful factors combined meant that, statistically speaking, the overwhelming majority of players would experience their very first death on these murlocs. And of course, you know, the fact that they go it probably doesn't hurt anything. That makes it even more memorable, but that's the point. What's really funny is if you manage the first lake quest, the one I just did, and kept going, you get up to Stromgarde Lake, which is even worse. Yeah, low level, no party members to speak of.
How are you?
This is vanilla, so you probably don't even have any real abilities at this point because you have to go train for them. You may or may not have the money for that.
Hello.
Come on.
What can I do for you?
Look, you gotta have murlocs in the Warcraft movie. It's not a Warcraft movie without it. So, potions in the traditional sense are essentially worthless in WoW. However, there are alchemy potions, so there's potions, elixirs, and flasks. Potions give you a very temporary but usually quite substantial buff. The most common one by far is the haste potion, which is exactly what it sounds like. There's a few. Potions carry a 2-minute cooldown unless you use one in combat, in which case you can use 1 potion per combat. Elixirs are a substantial buff that just sits there on you for an hour. Flasks are a substantial buff that sits on you for an hour, and also doesn't go away when you die. All of these are made by alchemists, and that's pretty much the reason to get into alchemy. There's a few other reasons, but that's the big thing. You haven't seen me do any of that because most of that is in the territory of min-maxing.
Good day to you.
Did you deliver my loader? What do you say?
Safe travels.
Oh, I feel guilty deceiving my family, but my feelings are too strong to ignore. Yep,
See you around.
Alright, she's gonna drink the invisibility potion. I would have laughed if just her clothes are left over. But no, it works as prescribed. Yeah, health and mana potions used to be useful alongside things like first aid. Apparently first aid even still exists. I think. Like as part of Taylor or something? I don't know. First aid... First aid's a weird one. So, the way first aid worked is it was a channel. You'd have to channel the healing on yourself. Now, you could do it in combat. Holy crap. But it's a channel, which means any hit will interrupt it. So if you're a pet class, in other words, you have something else that holds aggro off you, you can sit back and heal for a bit. Okay, that's useful. I actually had it on my Warlock, for example, to help with life tapping. And if you had, like, if you were in a group and you just needed an emergency heal, you could do that too. Sure, no problem. For a brief period of time at launch, the first few bandages were not channels, they were instacasts. Weirdly enough, that made them extremely useful. Almost everyone took first aid at launch because it was incredibly valuable to have just a hot that any class could use on themselves. Just boop, and now you've just got a hot for the rest of the fight. They nerfed that pretty quickly, like first or second patch, because it was a bug. Not sure I agree with that. And then first aid just kind of fell behind in terms of how much healing it did, and never actually caught back up. These themes, Chill Pangolin, these themes. Undertale, yellow, tunic, and Snuffkin. And a thank you.
Hey there.
Good afternoon, Percy Plays. Merry Christmas.
See you later.
Oh, you found it. Thank you. Here, take this. It was my husband's. He always said it was lucky. Yet he forgot it on his last campaign.
Have a good one.
Uh-huh. Yeah, first aid is functionally worthless now, and has been for a long time. They attempted a few times to make it more worthwhile. Like, there was things where first aid could get rid of debuffs, for example, like poisons and whatnot. That didn't last very long. I mean, I hate to repeat myself again, but if there's one thing that's been true of modern WoW, as in the most recent 2 expansions, it's that they've been realizing just how dumb they've been for years and are moving to try and fix that. No offense to the WoW designers, you were just dumb, that's all. We're all dumb at some point, right? There's no shame in it. Own up to it, fix it, move on. I'm sorry, Percy, please. I wasn't trying to talk you into it, I swear.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Oh. That's new. I was wondering why my Hearthstone had 2 charges. No place like home. Your Hearthstone cooldown is reduced by 5 minutes and gains an additional charge. Interesting. I wonder if that stacks with the guild Hearthstone cooldown reduction. That comes from being a human, Mr. Red. Remember, they got rid of the rep gain because they had to. And they did, to be very clear. So that's the new rep. Or the new thing. Racial...
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
Yes, murlocs have settled in, and we don't know... Settled in around the streams of eastern Elwynn. We don't know why they're here, but they're aggressive and at least semi-intelligent.
Go with honor, friend.
A few days ago, we sent 2 guards, Rolf and Malachi, to investigate along the river. They have not returned. To complete my report, I must know what happened to those men.
Light bless you. Be careful.
Wild animals are growing more and more aggressive the farther we get from Goldshire, and the Eastvale logging camp suffers near constant attack from wolves and bears. We could use your help out there.
For the Alliance. Go with honor, friend. Light bless you.
We'll come back to that. Stormwind Army has placed a bounty on murlocs in Elwynn. Slaughter them and bring Guard Thomas the torn murloc fins, and the army will reward you well. Okay. Hey look, a field-tested spear. Lol. By decree of the Stormwind Army, a bounty has been placed on the head of James Clark. Clark is wanted for robbery, burglary, arson, and murder. He is also a suspect in the kidnapping and disappearance of Brackwell's prized pig, Princess. James Clark was last seen heading towards the Eastvale logging camp. That's also a move. He didn't used to be over there. Yeah, no, the rep buff was a really big deal for humans. Like I said, it really did need to go away. Especially with the flattening out, or wrong word. The spreading out? The bind on account nature of reputations. Either way, thank you, Percy Plays, very, very much, as always. And as usual, if you would like to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Well, get here. Get here. Hey, Ross. Real quick. Chiefs or Steelers? Good man. I will allow you to continue to exist in my presence. Fnoff, Fnoff. Even though the Chiefs are going to win. The hell is this? Although much has been stripped from the corpse, strewn nearby is a medallion with the words Footman Malachi Stone etched upon it. On further searching the area, you see webbed footprints heading east, and in the distance, you can see a murloc village. So you remember I mentioned the second point at which you died of murlocs? Oh my god, look at those textures. This is it. I know a lot of people, even seasoned MMO players, who would reach this exact murloc village and die here. Because Gizlek was right. Enemies that would run, that would heal, that were in large packs, that would social aggro, and pulse aggro rather, and they would respawn extremely quickly. This village was a death zone. Not as much of a death zone as Lucas Slaughter, but like number 2, right? Tier 2 death zone. You find around the neck of the corpse a metal medallion inscribed with the words Footman Rolf Hartford. Oh, finally. Now that you have both medallions, deliver them to Guard Thomas. Yeah, but first I gotta kill a bunch of murlocs. The Dragon Isles. Are you gonna yammer at me, Raytheon? Oh, I forgot to pull that out. Oops, I'm done. I should do that while I'm here. Set that to yes, set that to lightning, and we're good. Okay, so first, here's our specs, and we'll talk about that in a second. Because first, thank you, Lucas Slaughter, very, very much. Always appreciate. Thank you. Give me a moment here. Guessing, yep, trails in the sky block. Trails of crossbow duology. Trails of old steel block. And that's it, but thank you very much. So, specs. Tank, heal, DPS. As with several other classes, a monk can do it all. Monk is a little bit more of an advanced class. A lot of its mechanics aren't really for people who are new to MMOs or new to RPGs. Having said that, if you're already someone who's familiar with this kind of stuff, I can definitely recommend it. Still doesn't cost key, excuse me. In fact, some of you may remember that when Rax was actually still thinking about playing this game, the class I recommended him most was Monk. I think even Bragwin likes Monk, and she doesn't like anything. Sorry. Monk's in a good place, though, or at least it was when I last played it, which was admittedly a while ago. We're going to go ahead and do the basics to start. We're just going to go ahead and set up deeps. Okay, so we don't get much to start, although we do get Rising Sun kicks. That'll help. I actually want this over here. What do we got for our initials? We've got our channeled heal. We've got reduced damage while channeling. We've got even better heals. Reduced damage taken. I mean, I could probably guess Lucas Slaughter. Until... Ooh. Oh, that hurts. Oh, excuse me. God. Oh, I heard death. Hang on, where is it? I think I'm facing it. Oh. No, it's not acid reflux. It's actually kind of embarrassing. On Monday, I had a non-stop cough, dry cough. And to be very clear about that, I mean, like, roughly every 30 seconds, I was coughing. It was non-stop. My ribs are very sore from that. I've actually been doing some stretches to try and stretch out my muscles in there, but I am still extraordinarily sore from that. So any interaction with those muscles hurts a lot right now. What I was going to say to you, Lucas Slaughter, before that, was that will totally work until someday we finally actually play Trails of the Sky. That's the first one. Although I've been meaning to ask, since I think you're a majority shareholder, what do you think about the remake that's coming out for the first one? That might be a bit of a game changer for us, but whether or not we even play that is kind of more your decision than it is mine. Let's see. So while so roll rolls further, and our movement speed is increased out of combat. That's always nice. There's our interrupt, as usual. Interrupt is a talent. That's very normal. Detox is over here. Range of disables increased. Momentum is increased. We do probably want Rising Sun Kick to do more damage. And of course, Spinning Crane Kick does more damage. That's always nice. So the reason I ask, Lucas Slaughter, is especially for longer games, some viewers would prefer to fund only one version of the game, right? In other words, the question here really boils down to, do you want us to play the remake or the original? Yes, Blackout Kick now costs key, now that we're Wind Waker. Good figure. I'm sure a few days the soreness will go down. Right now it's just a lot of pain, that's all. It's fine. You notice the cooldown's gone away, too. Okay, so, again, since that's kind of your call, since you're the majority shareholder, I'll just go ahead and keep that as is. If we ever get to the remakes, we can push that off to later. Assuming they're worth a damn. It's always presumptive. So, now we've got our basic builder spender. Our basic attack costs energy and generates key, and our secondary attacks cost key. Builder spender. One of our secondary attacks, which we just got, does a fairly large amount of damage, but has a 10-second cooldown. Yeah, you just pick it up and drag it like that. The other one has no cooldown, but costs more key, so that's our filler spender. That's what we do when we have nothing else to spend on. Like that. We can store 5 key at once, and considering we have an attack that costs 2 and an attack that costs 3, we're good on that. Please don't do that, Lucas Slaughter, please. Merry Christmas, Lita Fairy. I do hope it is treating you as well as it can. I thought they abandoned that, Dakota. But granted, I haven't looked into it in a while, so ignore me. Wow. They actually translated the interface. Holy crap. Yes, I think so. Actually, I don't know if that's a thing for Monk anymore. I shouldn't presume that. Hang on. Yep. Your abilities deal more damage when they are not a repeat of the previous ability. So Monk literally does more damage. Substantially more damage, I feel like adding, when you rotate which attacks you use. That's assuming they even make a full remake of everything with the Slaughter. Which they might, you never know. But you know how that goes. Sometimes they just abandon that, like, yeah, we're done. Like, aren't they still coming out with the 4th trilogy now? A 13th game. That doesn't really help me much, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, right. So I need to put this here, and then put this here. I think. Yep. So put this over here. The Calvard arc. Is that the new arc? Look, I'm trying to keep up, I swear. Yes, my last awareness was Cold Steel 4. And then I knew that they kept going after that, and that's about the extent of my knowledge. What the? This note is a schedule with a list of days and times when a person described as the Collector receives a shipment of gold from the mines in Elwynn Forest. From the schedule, it looks like the Collector is in the Brackwell Punch. This sounds important. We should go turn this in.
You need something?
Also, I've got a real problem on my hands. I have a deadline looming for an order of lumber, and I'm running out of time. The wolves and bears have been chasing my workers away. I've already talked to Deputy Rainer about clearing the animals, but I need someone to collect the wood for me, if you would, please.
Light bless you.
Yes, the Collector is part of the Jailer's master plan. How did you know?
King's honor, friend.
The thugs in Elwynn wear linen I could use to make fine linen goods. Bring me linen scraps and I'll fashion something for you. Like a red linen shirt. The first and last shirt most characters will ever wear.
Well met. For the Alliance.
What? We haven't had our people working the Elwynn mine for months. Let me see that note.
Go with honor, friend.
I've heard of this collector, but I don't know what he's working for. Thank you for the schedule. It'll help solve this mystery.
Be careful.
If the collector's taking gold from our mines, he's stealing from the kingdom. Yeah, that's an interesting crime. Bring the collector to justice. Bring me the ring mentioned in the pickup schedule. It may help us tell who the collector's working for.
Go with honor, friend.
Okay.
For the Alliance. Light bless you.
I can do that. It was you, Fife. It was you. Merry Christmas, WoW TNT. Do enjoy and have a good one. So Reverie, I think, was the thing I was actually thinking about, Lucas Slaughter. And then there's the Calvert games. So apparently they're still going past Cold Steel. Jeez Louise. I'm way out of date at this point. It's okay, Fife. You not being the jailer was part of the jailer's plans all along. Jeez, did they get a new translator or something? That's way more up-to-date than they used to be. No, the moment you hit level... well, it actually depends, but 10 or 20, depending, you just have all of the mount skills. Just boom, here you go. Boom, you're done. You're good. Behold, flying. Proper flying, no less. Now to kill people. Alright, you rogue wizard. I don't know why you're wearing so much red, but you're gonna regret it. Everyone in chat is just like, what? I don't even get that joke. So, dyslexia is a semi-uncommon problem. However, despite that, apparently everyone in the known universe cannot spell the word rogue. Instead, they all spell it rouge. For those who are not aware, rouge means red. I don't actually know why that particular thing is such a big, common misspelling thing. It happens all the time. I try really hard not to let it bother me. Playing free to 20 and one-shotting elites. Haha. Your friend is high or lying, Percy plays. In fact, here. Do you see this? I'm level 10. This is a normal mob. Now, I did manage to two-shot it, but it put me down to 66% health. Here, we'll try a rare. Oh my god. I am just dry on resources. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I got this. I got this. And I'm dead. Okay, cool. That's fine. Which class in WoW are my favorite version of them in a game? Ooh. That's a good question. Actually, yes, Rouge the Bat is a character in the Sonic series. A semi-recurring, so like a B-lister character.
Heroes of the Alliance.
Yes, thanks, Raytheon.
The Dragon Isles
thanks.
have...
Yeah, Raytheon, shut up. Let's go make sure Raytheon never talks to me again really quick. Yeah, ironically, Rouge is a rogue archetype. Go figure. And the beginning of approximately 80% of Furry's awakenings. So... I think the better question for me, Jesse's Mask, is if I could think of any version of a class I like better outside of WoW. And that's actually a hell of a question for me. Let me chew on that for a minute.
Talk to me. Safe travels.
Oh no, Rouge is pretty cool. That's not what I'm casting shade at there. What's the other 20%? Something by Disney. Like Rescue Rangers, or, I actually can't think of anything else off the top of my head. What am I doing? Right, I was actually going the right way. God. Robin Hood, that's another good example. Hopefully not Jungle Book, that's kind of creepy. Please.
Who would have thought someone named Deathwing would bring about so much destruction?
Don't worry, we're only here that 2 more times now. Or, sorry, one more time. Assuming no screw-ups.
I always have time for you.
Oops. Yeah, no. I cannot think of any class in WoW that I prefer another variant of it in some other fiction. So I think that's my answer to you, Jesse's Mask. I know, I'm boring. I accept it. Ooh, so what do we get? Ooh, Fist of Fury, nice. Never get that early. And Zen Pilgrimage. Oh, I'm curious what that does at this point. Yeah, let's just pop it right now, see what happens. White Mage doesn't really have a WoW equivalent, Brigwin. And there's no Barbarian in WoW. There is a Demon Hunter, and I thought about that, but I do prefer WoW's Demon Hunter. Oh wow, it actually takes us here. Holy crap. Huh. There's not even an invasion going on. Wild.
It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Bend with the wind.
Yeah, this is how you got monk training in Pandaria. You just warp to the place where you get monk training from. And I know what you're thinking. I know what's going on in the back of your mind. Hang on. So, as a low-level nobody nothing, you would teleport to Pandaria. We're actually in Kun Lai right now, as you can see. In order to then train. How would you get back? Well, it's funny you ask that. See you around, Jesse's Mask. Have fun. Enjoy some good victuals. Notice it even remembered pretty much exactly where I was when I left. It's a bounce there and a bounce back. I wouldn't call that a useless skill. It's still a way to go and get those quests, but far more importantly, it's kind of another hearth. You may or may not have noticed that there was a portal to Orgrimmar and to Stormwind right there. So this is functionally a 1-minute cooldown portal to Stormwind or Orgrimmar, which has the portal hubs. So we're never going to have to worry about transportation on our monk. Where the hell are all the bears? God. It's also a good, oh crap, I need to stop playing for the day kind of a button. Like, oh shoot, I need to stop playing. Bzz. Alright, collector. It's time to collect. Yeah, I don't know. I can't be witty. I'm not physically built for it. Let's see.
Greetings. Be careful.
Have you discovered the fates of Rolf and Malachi?
Go with honor, friend.
The murlocs are a threat we cannot ignore.
For the Alliance.
For your shrewdness and valor, I have a mark here that's good for 1 piece of armor. Thanks.
Light bless you.
I guess.
Be careful.
Thanks a lot for your help. Something in the forest is making these animals so bold. Whatever it is, I hope it stays there.
Go with honor, friend.
Interesting take on things.
Light bless you.
Great. Marshal Dugan is anxious about the murloc situation in eastern Elwynn. I'd like to tell him it's becoming under control. Let's go ahead and grab... I could start dual wielding, but eh.
Be careful.
I like the idea of wielding a pitchfork as a weapon. Yeah, it's 1 sock.
Well met. Be careful.
Please give me my 1 piece of armor.
Safe
it's actually
travels.
a green. Holy crap. Oh, it upgraded to a blue. Holy crap.
Light bless you. Be careful.
And I got a shirt. Hell yeah. I need to keep the runner's belt. That needs to go into the bank there.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
So there's our lumber.
Help. For the Alliance.
You found him. Well done. You won't be collecting from the Elwynn mines again. And this ring you found is interesting. The membership ring for the old stonemasons guild. I haven't seen one of these in years. Not since back in the day when the Defias Brotherhood used to infest this land.
Light bless you.
Defias. Whatever. More like Defias my fist to their face. So what are we thinking about the brickwork? How are we feeling about it? It's definitely one of the denser forests we see. I mean, it's literally Elwynn Forest. Doesn't look as good from the air. Not gonna lie. It's one of the exceptions to that rule.
Light be with you. Be careful.
Kobolds at Jasper Load. Curses. The situation's worsening by the minute. Thank you for the report. But I wish the news you brought was good news.
Go with honor, friend.
The garrison on our western border sends word of increasing gnoll and thief activity. They're requesting we send more soldiers, but we don't have anyone to spare. If you can help, we could use it.
For the Alliance.
Can I help you? See you around. Be careful. You need something?
That's 2 quests.
See you around. What can I
to
do
go
for
to
you?
Stormwind there.
For the
We're
Alliance.
ignore both of those. I love how the warrior is in all plate and the paladin is in mail, like chainmail. Back in the day, you wouldn't get plate armor until 40. So you would wield mail armor for a fairly decent chunk of your existence. By the way, if it is at all possible, I'd really like to do a pretty short dungeon here in, say, about 20-30 minutes. If not, that's okay, but I'm just seeing if anybody's available for that.
What can I do for you?
Marshal Dugan sent you. Well, you're not from the army, but if Dugan sent you, that's good enough for me. Our situation is, to say the least, a stressed one. I hope you can give us a hand.
Light bless you.
Gnolls, brutish creatures with no decent business in these lands, have been seen along the borders of Elwynn. A large pack of them, many more than we can handle alone, have infested the woods south of the guard tower. Another group is near the Stonecairn Lake to the east. Stormwind Army will commend whoever helps kill them.
For the Alliance.
I think you actually have to be Alliance for this one. I'm not sure if it's possible to do Stockades as the Horde. Wanted. Hogger. A huge gnoll, Hogger is prowling the woods in southwestern Elwynn. He has overpowered all attempts at his capture. The Stormwind Army has placed a generous bounty on the gnoll. To earn the reward, bounty hunters should venture into the woods and deal with the beast. And yes, ideally 35 up to be able to properly experience the dungeon in question. Yeah, as I say, it's actually funny. There's only one dungeon that I'm aware of that is truly unique to the two factions. And by one, I mean one each. Ragefire and Stockades. There's probably some other one I'm not thinking of, but... Like, can you do Borealis as the Horde? I actually don't remember. I feel like you can, because I didn't have an alliance at that point. I'd rather review a dungeon proper than do it when it's story relevant, so we can hold off on it if we have to. Lord knows we've already got a queue of 2 other dungeons just sitting there right now. I was just kind of hoping to immediately follow through on this quest with the dungeon that immediately follows through on this quest. That's all. It's not the end of the world. So there he is, Hogger. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Lore, I've heard about Hogger because he's a big meme. Why is he a big meme? The reason Hogger is a big meme is actually, once again, just down to basic math. Hold your blade, adventurer. Hey, it's Andromoth. General Hammond Clay, wow. Grrr. This beast leads the River Paw Gnoll gang, and may be the key to ending Gnoll aggression in Elwynn. We're taking him into custody in the name of King Varian Wrynn. No!
Take us to the stockades, Andromath. Okay, then. So, again, most players play humans, and most players would reach a point where they could at least relatively kill any given individual mob with, if not ease, then relative smoothness, right? Then they would reach Hogger. Now, players who know what they're doing would recognize that he's an elite mob and treat that accordingly. Most players playing WoW for the first time did not know what they were doing, so they would attack Hogger like they would any other mob, and then get absolutely murdered by him, because he was the first elite in the game. I don't mean he was literally the first elite in the game, but what I do mean by that is, for most players, he was the first elite they encountered. Like, a new dwarf or gnome wouldn't encounter one until Loch Modan, I believe. Night Elves wouldn't get one until, like, Ashenvale, I want to say. Orcs wouldn't get one until Barrens. But humans would get one right here at Hogger. So, meme.
King's honor, friend. Go with honor, friend.
Oh, hey, I can res people now. So hang on. I can have Lunaruth, me, and Spartan. Bragwin doesn't have anyone in the right level range. Yeah, what's that weird dragon thing? That's assuming they even noticed the dragon thing, too.
Well met.
He did what? Great, now we have a bloodthirsty beast right beneath the streets of Stormwind, with a whole army of gnolls at his command. Definitely an improvement. I feel safer already. Here's your reward, but promise me you'll do the stockades later. Don't worry. I will do the stockades at some point.
Be careful.
Oh yeah, Silver Pine, you're right, for this Forsaken. Believe it or not, that's actually it for Elwynn. Let's talk gameplay first. Not impressed. It's almost universally just vanilla but polished over. It doesn't have the problems that Arathi has, because Arathi is literally just vanilla quests. So I don't think we're going to start piling on negatives like we did there. But I think the gameplay on the zone on the gameplay axis is just a complete nothing burger. So alright, go there, then take this trip to go over there, kill a bunch of stuff over there, come back over here, kill these things, done. The tutorial's fine, so I'll go ahead and give a positive for that. At least on the gameplay axis. Yeah, the Son of Aragal. So that's all on the gameplay axis. Let me go ahead and pull up my spreadsheet here. On the story axis, well, it sucks. No, I do stand behind my initial negative. I'm going to go ahead and give that one negative to way too much butt licking. I'm sorry to say it so crudely, but Jesus Christ, people. Calm down, okay? I've managed to put out a couple of fires, kill a couple of wolves. Like, don't act like I'm the hero of the Alliance for stopping it. Now, I'm not giving any more negative stuff, because they stopped as soon as we left Northshire. But good lord, that was ridiculous. Elwynn itself... most of the story here is unchanged from vanilla. They kind of adjust a couple of things to acknowledge the fact that the Defias are functionally gone, and even adjust one of the quests that used to be killing a Defias kingpin to instead be kind of like a hint that the Defias, might still be out there somewhere. Do you mind explaining why, Cloten? Like clarifying? I'm not saying I disagree, I'm just looking for... oh, uninteresting. I was going to say... enjoy the drive, Kennex Cow. Drive safe, drive well. Happy holidays. But yeah, like, most of this is almost completely unchanged from vanilla. Other than a few flavor things. You'll notice that, there was even a tidbit, right? Did you catch that? So we do Northshire, and in Northshire there's the Echo Ridge Mine. Now, in vanilla, you go into the mine and you fight some kobolds there right before you go fight the Defias. That's because the kobolds are there for the Defias. However, in the Cata, we never go into that mine. We fight the goblins and the orcs up here, and then we fight the orcs over here, and then we're done, right? Why is that significant? Because over in Goldshire, the first quest we get is, wow, Northshire's having problems with kobolds too? Well, why don't we check out our nearby gold mine? And then they send you to Fargo Deep to look for kobolds. And lo and behold, there's kobolds there. I'm not impressed. It feels weird to say it, but I'm honestly not impressed. Yeah. Yes, the kobolds were originally fully Defias paycheck. I definitely say originally because they super aren't now. There's just kobolds there for no reason. Sorry, give me a sec. Well, I want that Ascension more than I want anything else. We're going to get that just to get to Ascension for right now. Yeah, I think Elwynn's kind of a nothing burger, honestly. So, -1 to story, +1 to gameplay, which leaves us with... okay. No, Mr. Red. I've had good turkey. It is good. But as you just so eloquently pointed out, it takes some work. Yeah, I have already stated that Westfall is probably going to be one of the highest scoring zones. So I look forward to being proven wrong in a minute here. Let's go ahead and take a bit of an early lunch break. And then when I get back, we'll go ahead and hit up Westfall. Merry Christmas, Twister. Monk? I have no idea, J. Palmer. I just started playing it. I'm level 13. Having said that, I do think Lobby Monk is a little bit lacking for the exact same reason that Lobby Rogue is. That over-reliance on energy. Either way, I will see you all in about an hour-ish.